must save people first. The group exchanged glances. How do we save them? She raised a finger and said, First, let's kick those who climbed up to the second level back to the first level. The demons on the first level are weaker after all. Even if they become stronger as they merge, if everyone unites, the chances of survival will be greater. But everyone knew that even so, whether they could survive was a matter of fate. If, as Shui Jinhua merges with them, the strength of those demons gradually increases, then when they gather together, they will simply transform from a piece of meat that can be easily beaten into prey that can retaliate. Song Nansure continued. Then we climbed up as fast as we could, and their lives were left to fate. Yung Jifeng tightened his grip on his sword. And the second one? Song Nansure quickly said, The second thing is that we take them with us as we climb up. Everyone's eyes lit up. Those outside couldn't help but mutter. Even if everyone gathered together, they might not survive. Would they survive if they were added to the group? Besides, the demons get stronger the higher you go. I think it's better to stay on the first floor. The person next to him smacked him hard. What do you know? But Song Nansure seemed to know what the people outside were saying, and said without any politeness, They have a better chance of surviving if they stay with us. She said, We have Yung Jifeng, who is in the Tribulation Transcending stage, our senior brother, who is in the Golden Core stage and can also fight against the Nascent Soul stage, our second senior sister, who can coordinate the overall situation, and our strongest body cultivator junior sister. Honestly, these main characters, even the junior sister in the sweet romance novel, are not to be trifled with now. She smiled slightly. I also have the Qian hexagram. The Qian hexagram represents life. This is her trump card. The people outside couldn't help but exchange glances. When Qishun saw that Song Nansure had been introducing himself for a long time but hadn't mentioned himself, he couldn't help but say, What about me? Song Nansure paused for a moment, then said with some difficulty, Oh, and the Crown Prince too. They don't put their heart into it. Crown Prince. The Buddhist disciple also said, and me. Junior brother Luo Shui, me too. Song Nansure remained silent and said, Since everyone agrees, let's split into several groups and bring back as many cultivators as we can. We'll meet here then. Everyone agreed, and they immediately formed teams. Yung Jifeng pulled Song Nansure to his side and said to Yu Xiu and Yu Jiujiu, who also wanted to pull Song Nansure, Sorry, she has company. The two? Okay, that's your boyfriend, you're amazing. Song Nansure glanced at Yung Jifeng with a half smile. Yung Jifeng then said, Am I wrong? Song Nansure, Yes, yes, yes. Yung Jifeng laughed. His handsome features revealed, If I'm right, what's the reward? Song Nansure looked left and right, then lowered his voice and said, I'll give you a reward when we get out. Now's not the right time. Yung Jifeng seemed a little unsatisfied. The big shots outside. Don't you think it's inappropriate to say this in front of them right now? Some people coughed, while others looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear. Soon after, the others had also formed teams. Jiangji, along with Yu Xiu, and junior sister, along with Qishun, Buddha, and Luo Shui, gathered together, and then they all left in different directions. Song Nansure chose a direction to walk in, but felt a little worried. She wasn't worried about the others. She was only worried about the group led by the Buddhist disciples. Honestly, given the Buddha's talent for getting lost and his sharp tongue, plus Luo Shui's temper, do they really think they can bring the person back? Song Nansure was filled with worry. She released the donkey, and the two of them rode on its back, which made them much faster. Then they soon encountered the first group of people. Or rather, if they had arrived any later, they might have encountered the first wave of death. Those were several cultivators who had been driven to the brink of despair by the demons. They were covered in wounds, and there was a cliff behind them. Song Nansure had no doubt that if they had arrived any later, these people would have been killed. Even so, they were not ejected from the illusion. The protection mechanism failed as expected. But these cultivators were completely unaware of this. They kept encouraging themselves, saying, "The illusion hasn't kicked us out yet. We are not facing a life or death situation yet. We can do it." They encouraged themselves like that and charged forward to continue fighting. Song Nansure rushed over and dragged the group aside, while Yoon Jifeng went to deal with the evil spirit. The cultivators were still bewildered when she carried them away, but they breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your help, young lady." Song Nansure said without any politeness, "You should thank me for saving your lives." Several cultivators sensed something was wrong. "Help?" While taking out medicine from his storage room, Song Nansure said, "There's a problem with the secret realm. The protection mechanism has failed. If you fight a little longer, we'll only be able to save a few corpses." The faces of the several cultivators immediately turned pale. Someone quickly retorted, "How do you know there's a problem with the secret realm?" Song Nansure retorted, "Otherwise, how come you weren't knocked away even though you're injured like this? Do you really think you're that good at fighting?" The monk's face turned even paler. Song Nansure took the opportunity to tell them about the current situation. While bandaging her wound, she casually said, "So, I suggest you come with us now. We will do everything we can to protect you." Before she could finish speaking, a cultivator interrupted her earnestly, saying, "Fairy, you are mistaken. Since we are already at a critical juncture, even if I am trapped and die in this secret realm, as long as I can protect our teachers and the people outside from harm, I will accept my fate." The other cultivators chimed in, "Brother Zhao is right. If it really comes to this, we are willing to die. Since we're all going to die anyway, if we can die here and prevent the demons from leaving, at least we'll make a name for ourselves in history. Ha ha ha." Then the cultivators exchanged glances, and a group of teenagers actually started laughing at this moment, as if death was not such a terrible thing. Song Nan paused. Outside, the lips of the cultivators' mentors trembled slightly. They were still debating whether or not to release their disciples, but their disciples were more resolute than they were. They were willing to die. Youthful spirit, unyielding passion. Their words may be naive, or even laughable, but some people lack that naivety. They were less afraid of death than those old guys. Song Nansure was also stunned for a long time. She has never been stingy with her suspicions and has always viewed others with the worst possible outcome. Therefore, before this, she was prepared to use both threats and inducements to achieve her plan. But now, she lowered her head and tightened the bandages hard, causing the cultivator to cry out in pain. Song Nansure said expressionlessly, "What do you mean die? It's not your turn to die yet." Another cultivator, amused by his brother's shouts, cheerfully said, "Then let's follow the fairy and help her fight our way up. It'll definitely be faster if we all work together." Song Nanshure's voice softened as well. "Okay." At this moment, Yoon Jifeng also walked over and saw his partner gently talking to a group of young boys. He paused, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Upon seeing him approach, the group immediately struggled to their feet, saying something like "It is our duty," while greeting Chou Yun and Ji Feng. Then, he just plopped down on the ground like a horse. Song Nansure. What are you still so eager to do? Young Jifeng smiled slightly and said with pleasure, No need for formalities. Song Nansher stared expressionlessly at the several cultivators prostrating themselves before him. For a moment, he suddenly felt a pang of worry about whether they could manage such a group of delusional teenagers. Outside the mirror, the teachers and elders who had just been moved by their words turned pale. Those around them couldn't help but offer insincere words of comfort. It's all right, it's all right. As long as they have the heart, that's good. They are kind and upright, which shows that you have taught them well. The officer's expression softened a little. In the mirror, Song Nansher took a deep breath and asked, Can you still get up? Several teenagers, yes, yes. They got up, covered in dust and dirt. Song Nansher then asked, Time is of the essence. We need to keep going. Can you still hold on? Upon hearing this, the group immediately looked at Brother Donkey beside Song Nansher. Then they realized that they were so weak and pitiful and injured that this divine beast must have been prepared for them by this kind-hearted fairy. The fairy is truly gentle, kind, and considerate. They immediately straightened their chests and said, Yes. Song Nansher was very satisfied and said, All right, let's go then. Then, right in front of them, she climbed onto the donkey's back and stretched her hand down. The boys immediately became embarrassed, looking at each other shyly. We can't accept this. How could I possibly let a fairy pull me? One of the boys, a bit bolder, shyly reached out his eager little hand. Then I heard a cold voice behind me, Excuse me. Juvenile? They paused, and couldn't help but turn around. Young Jifeng stood behind them with a cold face. You're blocking my way. He walked straight past the group of teenagers and took Song Nansher's hand. The boy who reached out his hand. His small hands trembled and shook in the cold wind. Song Nansher suppressed a laugh and pulled Young Jifeng up with a force. The boys' shyness froze on their faces. The masters outside the spirit mirror all took a deep breath, closed their eyes, and refused to look at their humiliating disciple. The person next to him offered a half-hearted consolation. It's just a young man's infatuation, a young man's infatuation. Young Jifeng sat behind Song Nansher, looking down at him and said, Now, we can leave. The boys? They looked at the divine beast beneath the two strong and agile men, and then at their trembling legs, which were severely injured. They asked, Like this, shall we go? The mythical beast wasn't given to them, was it? Song Nansher explained, Brother Donkey doesn't allow others to ride it. Can you follow on your swords? If not. Just as she was about to offer to lend them her destiny chart, Young Jifeng threw out his flying sword, which grew larger in mid-air. He looked down at them and said, Come on up. Then, very gently, he said to Song Nansher, I don't need your horoscope yet. Song Nansher. The cultivators. They inexplicably felt humiliated. At this moment, Young Jifeng asked, Can you get up here? Do you need my help? The group immediately reassured each other, No need. They climbed up with trembling legs. Young Jifeng clicked his tongue. They then set off again with a group of disheveled and disabled people. The group of teenagers followed behind them on flying swords, while Song Nansher kept chuckling in front of them. Young Jifeng knew what she was laughing at. His ears burned from the laughter, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on her arm. He asked expressionlessly, Is it that funny? Song Nansher coughed once and sat up straight. It's generally funny. Young Jifeng doesn't believe her at all. Upon seeing this, Song Nansher looked around and then glanced at the direction of the spiritual mirror in his mind. She couldn't see outside, but she could feel the people outside watching them. The people outside the mirror sat upright, their faces extremely serious, as if they weren't the ones watching the young people gossip with keen eyes. The demon emperor, without making a sound, controlled the spirit mirror to move even closer. Song Nan clicked his tongue, wondering what those people outside were up to and why they were staring at them. She reached out and blocked their way, then turned and quickly kissed Yoon Jifing's cheek. Yoon Jifing! He instinctively wanted to chase after her, but Song Nansho reached out and pressed her hand to his lips, lowering her voice to say, "Go outside and wait." A surge of barely concealed restlessness welled up in Yoon Jifing's heart. But when Song Nansho put his hand down, the two of them were only slightly flushed, otherwise there was nothing unusual. The crowd craning their necks to look. What exactly happened during that brief blackout? Is there anything that someone their age can't watch? Their emotions were so intense that the demon emperor couldn't help but cough and say, "Don't look at what you shouldn't see. That's how young people are. While they're busy inside, we also need to make arrangements outside so that we can lend them a hand when they come out." Upon hearing this, everyone coughed and looked up at the sky, reverting to their former demeanor as respected elders and busily getting to work. But the young cultivators, who were ejected beforehand, still craned their necks. "They're okay. They're young. They can see." In the moonlit water, Song Nansho and Yoon Jifeng exchanged a smile. The donkey, annoyed by their laughter, snorted and immediately sped up again. They walked for a while longer, and the scenery around them gradually became desolate. The boys behind them suddenly brightened up and muttered to themselves, "Isn't this the place where we ran into the Kanlan sect?" Upon hearing this, Song Nansho immediately stopped and asked, "Kanlan sect? Do you know where they are? In this situation, we need to find them as quickly as possible." Then the group of teenagers' eyes lit up, and they became exceptionally enthusiastic. One of the cultivators immediately said, "I know. I know. We ran into those idiots from the Kanlan sect not long ago, those cultivators. We didn't get along. We exchanged a few pleasantries, and then we saw them head in that direction." He pointed in one direction, his expression one of intense excitement. Song Nansho. She felt there was something strange about what he said, and their excitement was also rather odd. It has a somewhat malicious connotation. She and Yoon Jifeng exchanged a glance. Yoon Jifeng said directly, "Lead the way." The group of cultivators, who were so badly injured they could have fallen flat on their faces, suddenly perked up and patted their flying swords vigorously, wanting them to move faster. Yoon Jifeng, speechless, increased the speed of his flying sword. The group chased in one direction for a short while, and sure enough, they saw a group of demons attacking several cultivators. The cultivators were in slightly better condition than the boys, but not by much. Song Nansho's face darkened, and he was about to save the person. However, the group of teenagers were even more enthusiastic than Song Nansho. They fawned over Yoon Jifeng's flying sword like sycophants, arrogantly shouting, "You idiots from the Kanlan sect! Your grandpa's here to save you." Song Nansho, who had just dismounted from the donkey, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The person on the other end was equally absurd. Seeing how miserable they were, they suddenly turned around and their first reaction was to yell, "Who are you calling an idiot?" Song Nansho took a deep breath. "So you were so eager to come and rescue people just because you wanted to be their grandfathers?" She suddenly became worried. With such a large group of people, can she really get things done? The demon emperor shared the same worries as Song Nansho. He glanced into the mirror, then at the old man, who had suddenly started fighting over the word idiot, and sighed deeply. Is there really anyone reliable in this cultivation world? 15 minutes later, Song Nansure sat on the ground with a numb expression, watching the two groups of people bandaging each other while cursing each other as idiots. She thought, this is probably what friendship between young people is like. She wiped her face and asked, have you thought this through? The road ahead is dangerous. Do you want to come with us? The Canlan sect members, since this idiot wants to go, we'll go too. Song Nansure, okay. The two could only struggle with a large group of people behind them. On their journey, they also encountered a group of medicinal herbs who had somehow shaken off a large horde of demons. Because Song Nansure had too many sick and disabled people behind him, he didn't attack them. Seeing this, they mocked him loudly. Song Nansure, I thought you were trying so hard to hold us back so you could climb the ranks faster than us. Who knew you would bring such a useless bunch of people with you? The group of injured and uninjured cultivators behind them immediately turned red in the face, and some of the more impulsive ones even wanted to attack. Song Nansure reached out and stopped them, squinting at the two of them. She said calmly, do you think you can outrun us? The two men glanced disdainfully at the cultivators behind them. Song Nansure said calmly, then we'll just wait and see. Gui Qing laughed loudly. Just you wait and see. Why should I wait? I'm going to climb up there before you do. The two of them vanished from the spot in an instant. The young and impetuous cultivators behind him were so angry that their eyes were practically spitting fire, but Yung Jifeng couldn't help but look at Song Nansure. She's not the type to suffer a loss. If she's wronged on the spot, she'll retaliate immediately, which isn't her style. Then Song Nansure looked at the furious cultivators behind him and said calmly, angry. Someone shouted, of course. Song Nansure added fuel to the fire. What's the use of getting angry? If he goes up first, we might all have to stay here. Immediately, someone retorted, we won't hold you back. Yes, we won't hold them back. We'll show them what we're made of. We must protect Fairy Song and help her reach the final level. Brothers, charge! A group of young people were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and even the older and more composed people were full of enthusiasm. Yung Jifeng couldn't help but look at Song Nansure. As expected, heartless. At the same time, he heard Song Nansure encouraging him, that's right. Fortune changes every 30 years. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. Yung Jifeng stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Ji, under the lifeless gazes of Zhu Xiu, shouted never underestimate a young man's potential, leading a group of cultivators, some hot-blooded and others utterly bewildered, as they charged toward the demon. This place seemed to have become his own battlefield. He radiated the aura of a dragon soaring to the heavens. Under the shimmering light, all the cultivators he encountered were subdued by his boots and bowed down in worship. The search for people was incredibly fast. Zhu Xiu felt that her senior brother must have some problems. Or rather, when others encounter their senior, it's assumed that the senior is definitely a bit odd. It's really strange. Zhu Xiu sighed softly, took out her notebook to write down the number of people found this time, then waved her hand at her senior brother, who had just finished fighting the demon, and said, Are you done? If you're done, hurry up and move on to the next one. Recruiting henchmen like an assembly line, no, hiring people. If Jiang Ji and his team were searching for people in an assembly line fashion, then Yu Jiujiu was shooting heads off in an assembly line fashion. Yu Jiujiu wasn't very lucky. She didn't encounter many people, but she did run into quite a few evil spirits. These demons are all in human form. This is a huge challenge for Yu Jiujiu. So, Qi Shuang silently watched as his beloved screamed in terror while punching people in the head one by one. This was the scene that greeted the first group of monks they encountered. The group of cultivators, seeing their junior sister, a frail woman, trapped among the demons, were about to risk their lives to rescue her, and then he got splattered in the face with blood from the headshot. The demons fell silent, and so did they. So when the junior sister finished fighting the demon and stammered, raising her fists, she asked them to come with her, and they agreed without saying a word. Of course, they weren't afraid, they just had a bit of respect for this strong woman. The group strolled around in their own unique styles, and when they felt they had explored enough of the area, they headed towards their agreed-upon destination. After the group of people and the large crowd met up, they looked at each other and noticed something. Song Nansure asked, "Where are the Buddhist monks and the others?" As soon as they finished speaking, a sound like the earth shaking came from behind them. They turned around and saw the Buddhist disciple carrying junior brother Luo Shui, followed by a group of cultivators, and a large group of demons, rushing towards them. Song Nansure was shocked and couldn't help but shout, "Have you stirred up a den of demons?" The Buddhist disciple was overjoyed. "How did you know, benefactor?" Song Nansure. She took a deep breath. "Let's fight." Indeed, she shouldn't have had any illusions about the combination of Buddhist disciple Jia Luo Shui and his junior brother. It was a quarter of an hour later when everyone finally dealt with the group of demons. The group sat panting heavily on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and Song Nansure called out to each person one by one. 340. She said. These words made everyone feel a little heavy-hearted. 428 cultivators entered, and it's unclear how many were ejected, but this number is clearly too small. At this point, those who weren't ejected from the first floor have basically all entered the second floor. In other words, if they have already found everyone, aside from those who were ejected, someone must have perished here. The hearts of those outside the spirit mirror sank even deeper. The demon emperor said, 28. Aside from those who were ejected, they lost 28 monks. Song Nansure and his men acted quickly enough, and the number of people was already small, but under these circumstances, no one dared to say that the number of lives was low. Someone looked around at the cultivators in the spirit mirror, but didn't see their own disciple. They immediately collapsed to the ground. Song Nansure didn't have time to think further. She took a deep breath and calmly said, "They are faster than us now. We have to catch up with them. Let's go." Song hesitated and asked, "Fairy, won't you be a burden by taking us along?" No sooner had he finished speaking than someone tapped him on the head, saying in a harsh voice, "What's the burden? We're here to clear the way for the fairies." Song Nansure laughed and said, "Yes, that's right, you're going to clear the way for us." She looked up sharply and said, "Let's go." She led a group of sick and disabled people, whom Zhu Mingzi and the others called a burden, and strode forward. The sounds behind him were chaotic, but Song Nansure seemed to hear a sense of determination in those disordered footsteps. It was their unwavering determination to knowingly venture into dangerous territory, just as it was Song Nanshure's unwavering determination to do what she knew was impossible. She suddenly understood why he, Shen Bingyi, could not learn the Qian hexagram. Because he viewed all living beings as ants, he did not believe that ants could save themselves in the face of towering waves, and he did not believe that life could save itself. In the past, Song Nansure didn't believe it either. She always felt that, given her pessimistic yet arrogant personality, even if she mastered both the Qian and Kuan hexagrams, she could only master the Kuan hexagram. But thankfully, she met a group of people. She met a group of fellow disciples whom she considered to be two-dimensional characters, and they were willing to accept her. So she began to accept the world. She also met Young Ji-fin, who was willing to love her. So she began to love the world. After learning that Young Ji-fin was the cloud demon from the original story, she sometimes joked that she had redeemed Young Ji-fin in this way. But deep down she knew that it was Young Ji-fin and Jiang Ji who had saved her. Otherwise, if she merely coldly observes the world throughout her long life as a cultivator, she might become the second Shenbi. Fortunately, someone pulled her back. So Shenbi chose the death hexagram, while she chose the life hexagram. Therefore, she is willing to learn to value others as well as herself. Respect life, and also have reverence for life. She believed that even ants could cross mountains and seas. Song Nansure walked forward step by step, and with each step she took, the spiritual energy around her became thicker, but she did not notice it. She didn't even notice that her mental state, which was even harder for others to improve than cultivation, was breaking through layer by layer. Someone nearby said, "Oh no. We've made too much noise, and another group of demons is blocking our way." Song Nansure didn't stop, and said directly, "What are you standing there for? Fight!" Song Nansure walked without stopping, striding towards the demon. With each step, his aura increased. The evil spirits that had come to block the way were menacing, but at this moment, they were forced to retreat by Song Nansure's imposing aura. When it comes to fighting, sometimes it's all about striking while the iron is hot. The stronger your aura, the weaker others' aura becomes. As the demon in front of them retreated, the cultivators behind them took a step forward with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. With one side pressing forward and the other retreating, the outcome was already self-evident. So when Song Nansure pressed forward, he didn't even make a move. She simply stood there, a mocking smile on her lips, and casually glanced at the leading demon. Then, she waved her hand and said, "Fight. Fight however you want. Fight however you want. If you can beat them, I'll celebrate your victory. If you can't, I'll cover for you." She glanced at Young Ji-fin and said, "Young Ji-fin will cover for you." Young Ji-fin drew his sword, twirled it, and said calmly, "Just what I wanted." The other cultivators couldn't help but exchange glances. Someone immediately shouted excitedly, "Go! Clear the way for Fairy Song." Then they immediately pounced on it with shouts of excitement, all of them incredibly thrilled. These demons initially targeted these minor cultivators and demons, whom they looked down upon, rather than Song Nansure. They were somewhat dismissive, thinking, "If we can't deal with Song Nansure, we can certainly deal with you." So they immediately decided to teach them a lesson. But Young Ji-fin's claim of being a scout was more than just talk. He just watched from the sidelines without taking action, but whenever someone was in danger, he always managed to make a precise move. Not to mention, there's also a senior brother wielding a heavy sword, a second senior sister with sharp eyes, and a junior sister who's a deadly weapon. In short, all the demons felt exhausted from the fight, both physically and mentally. Song Nansure watched indifferently from the side. She said she would cover for her, and she said it without any hesitation. If she says she can cover the worst-case scenario, then she really can cover it completely. Because her trump card is the Qian hexagram. The Qian hexagram represents life. Although it is said that due to the constraints of the way of heaven, this hexagram should not be misused, Song Nansure felt that under these circumstances, the way of heaven would certainly not blame her. She couldn't help but ask the heavens in her heart, "You agree, don't you?" Heaven ignored her, but at one moment, she felt that heaven glanced at her indifferently. So she assumed that heaven had agreed. Song Nansher stared at the chaotic crowd with a clear conscience and righteous indignation, ready to activate the chain hexagram at any time. Since no one objects, it means they agree. Outside the spirit mirror, everyone watched the unfolding events with utter astonishment. In their minds, these disciples could only hide and save their lives if they faced the demons in the illusion whose strength had been restored by who knows how much. They didn't even dare to think about taking the initiative to confront them. But Song Nansher actually let them take the lead, and even only let them make moves. Is this really okay? Although the chain hexagram from the Southern Song dynasty provides a safety net, however, someone murmured, but wouldn't it be much faster for them to take action themselves than for these disciples to do so? Yes, it would be much faster if all of them took action. Now, when these disciples face those evil spirits, with their protection, no one is seriously injured. However, the disciples are like ants gnawing at flesh, slowly wearing them down bit by bit, with extremely low efficiency. Everyone watching couldn't help but feel anxious. Since the goal is to buy time, the faster the better. Why do these inexplicable things at this crucial moment? Some people think this way, while others are overjoyed. Encountering so many demons at once is a great opportunity for training. At first, it was fine as long as they could survive without anyone watching over them. But now that they are being watched over, their disciples' journey through this tower is almost equivalent to several years of arduous training outside. Song Nansher and his group were deliberately cultivating their disciples. And someone couldn't help but murmur, has Song Nansher achieved a breakthrough in her mental state? Yoon Jifeng thought so too. He found an opening and came to Song Nansher's side, glanced at her, and asked in a low voice, "Have you broken through your mental state?" Song Nansher then realized that something was wrong with him. She considered it for a moment, then hesitated and said, "I guess so." Then she waved her hand dismissively and said, "That's not important. It would be strange if I didn't break through by now." But breakthroughs in mindset, one after another, always require a certain motivation. He then asked, "Have you figured something out?" Song Nansher gave her a half smile. She said, "I have indeed figured something out. For example, I suddenly realized that I like you a little more than I thought." Yoon Jifeng's handsome face flushed red. Then he immediately looked around, lowered his head and said in a low voice, "These kinds of things, we can say them in private, but there are people watching us now." Song Nansher belatedly realized that, well, it seemed like the people outside had been watching them the whole time. She glanced in the direction of the spirit mirror and said slowly, "Oh." Yoon Jifeng felt a little embarrassed and ran over to watch them fight again. Song Nansher glanced at the direction of the spirit mirror again and sighed softly. The person outside. They realized they shouldn't be here today. However, the seniors outside made a good point. Even with Song Nansher and the others watching over them, the disciples were still very slow when they were allowed to do the work. Few were injured. In fact, the chain hexagram of Song Nansher remained unmoved, but the pace was indeed outrageously slow. So slow that even the demons fighting them couldn't help but become irritable. But their advantage is their numbers. They can't beat one-on-one, but they can fight 5 against 1, or even 10 against 1. The seniors outside were also getting impatient, frowning repeatedly and saying, "How long is this going to go? Those 2 guys called medicine herbs are probably already on the 4th floor by now." Song Nansher was in no hurry. She waited for almost an hour and saw that they had finally worn down these evil spirits. She asked, "Do you need to rest? If you do, rest for a quarter of an hour. If not, let's continue. The group, panting, exchanged glances and couldn't help but feel ashamed. They've been fighting these demons for so long, and with this level of strength they're still clearing a path for Fairy Song. Are they really not here to hold her back? Someone couldn't help but say, Fairy Song, why don't you just leave us alone? Upon hearing this, Song Nansure raised an eyebrow and asked, What? Scared? Someone immediately retorted, Don't be afraid. Song Nansure, if you're not afraid, why are you wasting your breath? Hurry up and leave. So the group gritted their teeth and, without even taking a break, immediately set off. Song Nansure suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Wait. Everyone stopped and looked over. Then Song Nansure was seen rummaging through a pile of demon corpses. At this moment, they still looked very serious, thinking she was doing something important, like finishing off someone. Until she took out a few valuable magical artifacts, she said with some disdain, These demons are really poor. Everyone. They slowly opened their mouths wide. Song Nansure looked over and asked, What? Is there a problem? Everyone quickly replied, No problem, no problem. My values were completely shattered. Some people even felt that their youthful idealism had been greatly impacted. I never expected you to be like this, Fairy Song. The group continued climbing, stumbling and sinking as they went. They climbed to the 3rd floor without any trouble, but as soon as they reached the 3rd floor, they were attacked again. The demons on the 3rd level are more powerful than those on the 2nd level, but this time, Song Nansure and the others still did not make a move. Even Yoon Jifin's conditions for rescue were much more stringent. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would never make a move. The monks suddenly felt an increase in pressure. The more powerful the evil forces, the more they turned a blind eye. This time, even those who hadn't thought there was anything wrong with what they were doing couldn't help but wonder what they were thinking. This time, the demons were clearly more troublesome, but these cultivators seemed to have been inspired to fight with all their might, almost recklessly. Song Nanshure's chain hexagram finally found a place to be used. She saved a cultivator who had rushed too far and was barely clinging to life. The other cultivators, along with the seniors outside, witnessed firsthand how this cultivator went from stepping into the gates of hell to sitting up in shock from his deathbed. He suddenly stood up, and as if nothing had happened, scratched his head and asked, What's wrong with me? Song Nansure calmly replied, You almost died. The man was startled, then no. Song Nansure, you're alive again. The person. He was still bewildered, but the others, seeing this, were as if they had been injected with adrenaline and charged even more fiercely. Ha ha, I'm not going to die. I've been enhanced, hurry up. Those outside couldn't help but sit up abruptly. This. They had only heard of the chain hexagram's ability to bring the dead back to life before, but they always harbored doubts. But now, some people couldn't help but mutter, Isn't this equivalent to having an extra life? Upon hearing this, the sect leader of Wuyang sect calmly put down his cup, making a clinking sound. Then he chuckled and said, If you are all curious, my boundless sect will send out an invitation to you to come and have a chat. Those who had previously harbored some thoughts were immediately alarmed upon hearing this. That's right, Song Nansure is not someone without any foundation. She is a disciple of the boundless sect, and she also has a cultivator in the tribulation transcending stage by her side. Even if they have ideas, they still have to see if they have the faith to realize them. Most people are only moved by it for a moment, and they let it go after they figure it out, but some people just can't figure it out. They were still gazing into the mirror, deep in thought, but Song Nansha in the mirror seemed to know what they were thinking. She first addressed the charging cultivators with a blank expression, saying, "You have to use your brain when you fight. I can't save you indefinitely. I might save you the first time, but I might not be able to save you the second time." Feeling that they had been strengthened, the cultivators couldn't help but become more cautious. Then Song Nansha glanced at the spirit mirror and said calmly, "After all, you gain something and you lose something. You have to pay a price for everything you do, don't you think?" Those who had some ideas paused and became more cautious. Song Nansha didn't pay much attention. She knew this day would come from the moment she learned that she had received the chain hexagram. Previously, not so many people coveted her, firstly because she had never appeared in public, and secondly because they had never seen her in person. But after they saw her in person, it was hard to guarantee that no one would have any ulterior motives. After all, everyone has selfish desires. But she wasn't afraid of any of that. If she were so timid and hesitant, she might as well not have this chain hexagram at all. She chuckled softly and turned her head away indifferently. This time, perhaps these cultivators were too pumped up with adrenaline, because even though they didn't really put up much of a fight, and the demons were much stronger, they finished the battle much faster. Song Nansha nodded with some satisfaction, told them to rest for a quarter of an hour, and then said, "Let's go." Then, he continued on his journey with a group of exhausted cultivators. They encountered many cultivators on the third level, and the number of them kept increasing. But Song Nansha was in no hurry and never made a move easily. He just watched them fight. The seniors outside were initially quite anxious, until they realized that these cultivators were finishing their battles in increasingly shorter and shorter periods. Their first match lasted a full hour. But now, with more and more battles, as they gradually grasped the weaknesses of these demons in the face of life and death, gradually become familiar with each other, and gradually learn to cooperate with each other, their speed is getting faster and faster. They have even learned to use minimal force to achieve maximum victory, instead of just charging recklessly. At the beginning, when they teamed up to attack, it was just human races teaming up with human race cultivators and demon races teaming up with demon race cultivators. But gradually, some people discovered that the abilities of human race cultivators, when combined with certain demon race cultivators, could unleash even greater power. Then they began to actively seek out cultivators who could cooperate with them. The two tribes have cooperated so proactively, something that hasn't happened in many years. They set aside their prejudices, cooperated with each other, and trusted one another, rapidly improving their combat capabilities through repeated real battles and life-or-death situations. Some people gradually began to see the clues and couldn't help but mutter, could it be that Song Nansha is deliberately cultivating them? Song Nansha was indeed deliberately cultivating them. She brought people up, but she couldn't just bring people up. She needed to teach them some self-defense skills. After all, she couldn't keep an eye on every single one of them all the time. So she was willing to spend some time teaching them how to cooperate and how to fight. It seems to be working well. She led this group of increasingly skilled cultivators, and soon they passed the third level and arrived at the fourth level. The fourth floor had even more demons, and they all seemed to be coming directly at them. As the fight progressed, Song Nansha began to realize that something was wrong. After defeating another wave of attacking demons, she stopped abruptly and asked, "Don't you guys think there are just too many demons?" The cultivators, caught up in the heat of the battle, said, "We think it's all right." Song Nan ignored the group of baboons who only knew how to fight and looked directly at Yoon Jifeng and the others. Yoon Ji-fan pondered for a moment, then said directly, Ju Minzy and the others may be using the same old tricks again. How could they repeat the same trick? Naturally, they would incite demons to attack them, thus slowing down their progress. Song Nansure paced back and forth for a moment, then suddenly said, That's not right. She pondered, I didn't think much about it when we were on the second floor, but now that I think about it carefully, how did he know our location so precisely? She looked at the horoscope in her hand and murmured, I have a horoscope, but I still can't calculate their exact location so precisely. How did they calculate our location? Honestly, she didn't think their divination skills could compare to hers right now. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Yoon Ji-fan's heart stirred, and he suddenly said, Nansure, open your heavenly eye and take a look. Song Nanshure's heart also stirred. Then he immediately opened his third eye and scanned everyone in front of him. Then her gaze involuntarily fell on the Buddha and Luo Shui. With her heavenly eye and ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, she could clearly see that a faint shadow covered their divine consciousness. The two keenly noticed Song Nanshure's gaze, and the Buddhist monk couldn't help but ask, Benefactor Song, what about us? Song Nansure said directly, I'd like to see your divine senses. Is that all right? The two exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, said, Look. Song Nansure then grabbed one of their wrists on each side without any hesitation. She was highly skilled and daring, and directly sent two streams of divine consciousness into the sea of consciousness of the two men. Entering the consciousness of a stranger is not an easy task. Even though the two of them tried their best to suppress it, there was still an unconscious resistance within the consciousness. While dodging these counterattacks, Song Nansure quickly began to search. Then, very quickly, she found two almost identical divine consciousnesses that did not belong to them, one after the other, in the sea of consciousness of the two men. The two divine senses quietly took root in their sea of consciousness, breathing silently, as if they had been there since birth. It was eerily calm. Song Nansure was certain that if it weren't for the diviner's divine eye and her ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, even a powerful cultivator wouldn't be able to see this thing in their sea of consciousness. Moreover, she was quite familiar with this thing. It is just like cassia seeds, but even more powerful. That only applies to Xuan Bi. How did he even leave it in their sea of consciousness? Song Nansure didn't dare linger and quickly retreated. The two sensed something was wrong, and Luo Shui asked directly, Is it our problem? Song Nansure didn't answer at first, but asked, Luo Shui, I remember we encountered an assassination attempt right after we escaped from Bitown. After that, it was you who suggested that we hurry up and go to the Immortal Dao conference, right? Luo Shui hesitated for a moment, then nodded, yes. She then asked the Buddhist monk, during the second assassination attempt after we arrived here, you happened to be on the path that the assassins were bound to take in pursuit of us. The Buddhist disciple was taken aback. What does Benefactor Song mean? Song Nansure said directly, There are other divine consciousnesses residing in your sea of consciousness. I think they might be controlling you to do things without making a sound, and revealing our location. Upon hearing this, the host and sect leader outside the spirit mirror immediately stood up, and the demon emperor's expression also changed drastically. He thought of the assassins in the dungeon whose brains had been tampered with. Only now had Song Nansure finally figured out something he had never understood before. For example, how did those assassins know their whereabouts and carry out the precise assassination when they had just left Bitown? But how did Xuan Bi's consciousness appear in their sea of consciousness? They thought the same thing and couldn't help but ask, But why do other people's consciousnesses appear in our sea of consciousness? Song Nansher thought for a moment and then tentatively asked, before this, did you encounter any danger when you were in a weakened state? Placing one's divine sense into another's sea of consciousness is a very dangerous thing, and even a powerful being who has transcended tribulation would not dare to do it lightly. Unless that person is extremely weak, or is in a state of weakness. The Buddhist disciple replied blankly, no. Although I've often stumbled into dangerous places over the years, I still have the ability to escape. The most dangerous moment for me over the years was probably when Master picked me up from near the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Shuai was also taken aback. He murmured, I remember now. When I had just escaped from the demon race, my master broke my leg and sealed my spiritual power. I happened to be passing by the Myriad Manifestations Tower and inexplicably fainted there for half an hour. They are all Vientiane towers. At the same time, the demon emperor outside the spirit mirror was also taken aback and suddenly said, those assassins were all subordinates of the Lion King back then. I defeated them outside the Myriad Manifestations Tower. The pagoda of myriad images, the consciousness of Shenbin. Song Nansher looked up and suddenly said, do you think the one locked on the last floor might be Shenbin? Otherwise, why would both of them have their consciousness invaded near the pagoda of myriad images? Moreover, the Buddha's disciple was infused with divine consciousness in his childhood, yet he has remained unmoved all these years, clearly indicating that Shenbin has kept him for a great purpose. Since he had infused the Buddha's disciple and Luo Shuai with his divine consciousness, it was impossible that he had only affected them. She suspected that he was casting a wide net, hoping to find a way to use them later. For example, right now. Yun Jifeng replied directly, very likely. But he added, however, we also encountered many demons on the first level, and the Buddha's disciples were not with us at that time. Song Nansher, either I guessed wrong, or Shenbin has other methods, but there is no doubt that the two of them have Shenbin's divine consciousness in them. As they listened, the two gradually recovered from their shock. They exchanged a glance, and Luo Shuai calmly asked, does senior sister mean that we were actually being controlled by someone else's divine sense, unconsciously revealing our location, and even being guided to make choices that benefited the owner of that divine sense several times? Song Nansher, that's true, but... Before she could say but, the Buddhist monk resolutely said, then Luo and I will stay here and not leave with you all, so that he won't know your location. Luo Shuai nodded in agreement, yes. The Buddhist monk then said, don't worry, benefactor, even if it means death, this humble monk will accept it willingly. Luo Shuai paused for a moment, then said tactfully, I don't think I'm close to dying. Song Nansher ignored them and finished speaking, but I can remove this divine consciousness. Do you want to stay and wait to die, or do you want it removed? Without saying a word, the two changed their tune, remove it. Song Nansher just smiled. She took out her horoscope, Qian represents heaven. She thought, Shenbin, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? At the same time, on the last layer, the two silk threads in Shenbin's hand snapped. He flew into a rage and immediately contacted his two avatars. Do we have any more manpower available? 2 of my men are useless. Zhu Mingzi paused, then tentatively asked, it seems there aren't any more. Now, only those 2 people who have been infused with your divine sense are qualified to come here. He was about to fly into a rage. Gue Qing quickly replied, yes, yes, yes. Aren't we still here? Shenbin had just finished one meal. Then he thought, it would be better if it didn't exist. He slipped away expressionlessly. After Shenbin left, Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing remained bowing for a while. When they found no movement, they exchanged a glance and cautiously got up. Gui Qing was somewhat confused, scratching his head and saying, "Why did the main body suddenly leave? Did I say something wrong? We are still here, aren't we?" Cassius C said expressionlessly, "You're right. Ghost Minister, I knew it." Cassius C continued, "But if you were facing a life or death situation, and I told you that my only help was me, would you believe me?" Gui Qing paused for a moment. At that moment, he suddenly understood the feelings of the original body. It's not that he doesn't believe in them. He simply knows what kind of person he is. Shenbin knew exactly what kind of person he was, so apart from himself, he didn't really believe in even the avatars he conjured up. Or rather, he doesn't believe in anything except what he can fully control. Moreover, those were two people who were more trouble than they were worth. He was unusually puzzled. Logically speaking, since it is his own incarnation, its thoughts, personality and abilities should be inherited from him, so he can barely understand the fact that it likes to betray its teammates. After all, he has betrayed his teammates quite a few times. But this brain... Shenbin pondered for a moment, resolutely refusing to admit that their minds had also differentiated from his own. Something must have gone wrong during the initial differentiation process. But at this moment, the two cards he could use were already useless, and the two useful ones outside were two good-for-nothings, who were more likely to cause trouble than help. Shenbin pondered for a long time, then suddenly stretched out his hand, and a very faint thin line gradually appeared in his hand. He stared at the thin thread for a long time, then calmly put it away. He murmured, "No, it's not the right time yet." He pondered for a long time, then suddenly said, "Snow Demon." After a long while, a voice suddenly rang out, "You're living perfectly well on the 9th floor. Why are you calling me the 8th floor?" Shenbin said directly, "Help me stop someone." The Snow Demon scoffed and was about to refuse. However, the next moment Shenbin said, "I have agreed to the request you made last time." The Snow Demon fell silent. The next moment, it said, "Deal." Shenbin nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, in crucial moments, you still have to rely on yourself. Meanwhile, Song Nansher and his group were also discussing Shenbin. Because of the removal of the Buddha's consciousness and Luo Shui's consciousness, the group of people stopped to rest. The young cultivators were very curious about the Buddha and Luo Shui, who had been controlled by others' consciousness, and they couldn't help but surround them to watch the spectacle. The Buddhist disciple then recounted his experience with lingering fear. He said, "Before the removal, I felt that everything I did was justified. There was nothing unusual about it, and I didn't feel like I was being controlled. But after my consciousness was removed, I realized that something was wrong." He looked very serious, and the people around him urged him to continue. Even Song Nansher looked over. Upon seeing this, the Buddhist monk slapped his thigh and said, "I knew it. How could I have gotten lost on the very road that Benefactor Song and his companions were bound to take? Although my sense of direction is not great, I shouldn't have been unable to find my way back even after being dozens of miles away from the camp. It must be that divine consciousness influencing me." Those who were unaware of the situation nodded in agreement. Only Song Nansher. She turned her head away expressionlessly, refusing to look at the Buddhist disciple who was using divine control to deny that he was lost. "Don't you have any idea how you got lost?" She turned around and saw Yung Jifeng leaning against a tree, deep in thought. The others also stared in thought. Song Nansher paused, then couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Yoon Ji-fin snapped out of his reverie and said, I was wondering what state Shenbin would be in if he were in the tower. Song Nansher then looked at the others and asked, You guys are thinking about this too? Jiangji and the others exchanged glances. Then Jiangji chuckled and said, No, we're just joining the group as a formality. Song Nansher. She was speechless for a moment, then looked directly at Yoon Ji-fin and asked, What kind of state do you think he will be in? Yoon Ji-fin tapped his arm and said calmly, Both the Buddha's disciple and Luo Shui were invaded by divine sense near the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda, so there is no doubt that he is in the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda now, and he cannot easily enter or leave the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda. Song Nansher immediately realized he was also sealed in the Myriad Manifestations Tower. Yoon Ji-fin nodded. Inspired, Song Nansher said thoughtfully, Since he is in the Myriad Manifestations Tower, then the fusion of the Myriad Manifestations Tower and the Water Mirror Moon is most likely his doing. In other words, although he is sealed and his actions are restricted, compared to the other sealed demons in the Myriad Manifestations Tower, he still has a certain strength. At the very least, he can accomplish such a major task as merging the Myriad Manifestations Tower and the Water Mirror Moon. Yoon Ji-fin pondered for a moment, then frowned. Since they were all sealed, why is Shenbin so special? If we're talking about how difficult they are to deal with, all the demons in the Myriad Manifestations Tower were incredibly troublesome back then, and there were quite a few that wreaked havoc in their respective regions. Many of them were far stronger than Shenbin, so why is it that even when he was sealed, he wasn't completely sealed? Song Nansher closed his eyes and began to think. She had always wondered why all the appearances were of Shenbin's incarnations, while Shenbin himself never appeared, no matter how many times those incarnations failed. It now seems that it wasn't that he didn't appear, but rather that he was sealed away and couldn't appear. Those incarnations, were they a contingency plan he left behind long ago because he foresaw that he would be sealed away, or were they simply a matter of timing? She didn't know when Shenbin was sealed away, but she suddenly opened her eyes and said, Since the Tower of Myriad Manifestations has not had a guardian for many years, could it be that when he was sealed, the guardian was not there? This time, Xu Xiu couldn't help but ask, If the tower guardian isn't here, how was he sealed away? Song Nansher stood up immediately and said, Then we'll have to wait until we climb up and take a look. However, if Shenbin is indeed sealed away, it would be a good thing for them. So that's why Zhu and Gui Qing went to such lengths to climb the last level. Then they have to get ahead of those two people. Song Nansher went straight to the crowd, who were talking animatedly, and asked, Are you rested enough? Can you walk? The Buddhist disciple glanced in this direction, then stopped speaking, seemingly reluctant to leave. He stood up and replied, All right, Benefactor Song. Song Nansher took out the horoscope. All right, follow me. The cultivators immediately became excited. Charge. Yoon Ji-fin and the others exchanged a glance and followed helplessly. Without the two medicinal herbs causing trouble this time, they were faster and more unrestrained. In his pursuit of speed, Song Nansher disregarded everything else and ordered them to fight without restraint. Several demon cultivators were in a dilemma. Fairy Song, if we fight unrestrained in our demon form, the destructive power will be great, and we may unintentionally damage the buildings here. Didn't you see that Water Mirror Moon has now merged with the Myriad Manifestations Tower? Wouldn't that damage the Myriad Manifestations Tower? Several human cultivators also said, Yes, our sex techniques are also very destructive. They were deeply worried that the pagoda of Vientiane would be destroyed. Song Nansher thought to himself, What does this have to do with her? Anyway, she's not the one guarding the tower, so if it gets destroyed, we can just ask the tower guard to fix it. Although they felt bad for the tower guards, they had no other choice but to resort to this measure in order to meet the deadline. Anyway, she's definitely not the one guarding the tower. So she simply waved her hand and said, "Destroy. Destroy it however you want." So a group of people immediately rushed up excitedly. Song Nansure watched with a smile from the side. Yes, even now, she remains absolutely certain that someone as poor as her would never be chosen as the tower keeper. Unless the tower of Fantian has gone blind. Song Nansure just watched them cause trouble with a smile. Moreover, since they were in a hurry, they all took action, with Song Nansure personally causing trouble. Yoon Jifeng hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. He couldn't help but lean closer and say, "Nansure, should we ask them to tone it down a bit? These myriad manifestations tower." Song Nansure confidently declared, "It's alright. This is something the tower keeper should worry about. We have no other choice but to do this now." Yoon Jifeng could only stop himself from speaking, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Well, he could only hope that the tower keeper really wasn't Song Nansure. As everyone charged forward relentlessly, regardless of the cost, the group quickly reached the 5th floor. Then, on the 5th floor, they unexpectedly encountered Ju Mingzi and the others. Enemies meeting are bound to be furious, and upon seeing this, Song Nanshure's first reaction was to immediately capture Ju Mingzi and the others. Ju Mingzi and the other men knew things were going badly. They had no demons to block Song Nanshure's path, and no reinforcements. They were 2 against hundreds of people. Only a fool would fight them head-on. The 2 then exchanged a glance. Then they both spoke at the same time. "I'll go first. You cover our retreat." The words fell. The 2. Song Nansure, your level of teamwork is truly remarkable. You 2 are practically one person incarnate. But even if they are merely an incarnation of a person, they are ruthless when it comes to selling themselves. So, in the brief moment that Song Nansure was speechless, the 2 of them turned around at the same time and ran away without hesitation. Song Nansure struggled for a moment between chasing after Ju Mingzi and continuing to climb upwards. Then she decided to strike at the heart of the enemy's lair. Ultimately, the physical body is more important. Without saying a word, she led her people and continued. So, after the 2 medicinal herbs had run far away and Song Nansure hadn't chased after them, they belatedly realized what was going on. Gui Qing was bewildered. "Right? Shouldn't we be hurrying to the last floor? Why are we running?" Ju Mingzi, "Probably because we sold our true forms along with them." The entity observing from the sidelines with divine sense. He doesn't acknowledge that these 2 idiots are his alter egos. The Tower of Myriad Forms has 9 floors in total. When Song Nan and his team fought their way to the 8th floor, everyone felt that victory was in sight. The 8th floor was a space covered in ice and snow, and not a single demon could be seen in sight, but the entrance to the 9th floor was almost right in front of them. The crowd was overjoyed at the sight and immediately wanted to rush over. Song Nansure suddenly said, "Stop." Because of their trust in Song Nansure along the way, everyone immediately stopped. Song Nansure stared fixedly ahead and said coldly, "Come out." No one answered. Song Nansure was not in a hurry, and just calmly looked ahead. After a long while, a voice as cold as ice and snow, indistinguishable from male or female, rang out in the void. He said, "You are very smart." At the same time, a silver-haired man stood in front of them, and along with him appeared a dense swarm of snowmen surrounding them. They were surrounded by snowmen. Qi Shuan, who was perched on Yu Jiajiu's shoulder, gasped and exclaimed, "It's a snow demon." Song Nansher looked over. "You know?" Qi Shuan succinctly stated. Before he was captured and imprisoned in the Myriad Manifestations Tower, he froze half of the demon race. These words carried real weight, and Song Nansher became much more cautious when she looked at him again. She asked directly, "Are you trying to block me?" The snow demon said indifferently, "So what if it is?" Song Nansher thought for a moment, then chuckled softly. "Did Shenbi tell you to do this? You're following his orders." The snow demon's expression changed slightly this time, but she said coldly, "I never take orders from anyone. This is just a deal that benefits both of us." Song Nansher pressed further. "What did he promise you?" The snow demon glanced at her, chuckled, and said, "I promised you something you couldn't give me." Song Nansher understood immediately. She asked directly, "He promised to let you out, right?" The snow demon glanced at her but did not refute. Song Nansher immediately fell silent. She took a step back and said, "Then there's nothing to talk about." She said expressionlessly, "Hit." As soon as he finished speaking, a dense swarm of snowmen immediately surrounded him. The cultivators had developed a very good working relationship with each other, and upon seeing this, they almost reflexively formed their own teams to defend against the enemy. Yung Jifeng then drew his sword and slashed directly at the snow demon. Yung Jifeng was at the tribulation transcending stage. The snow demon's strength before her death was unknown, and how much of her strength had she recovered now was unknown. However, for a time, she actually fought Yung Jifeng to a standstill. The two exchanged blows and were both taken aback. The snow demon's expression immediately turned ugly, and she said coldly, "Shenbi only told me to stop you, but he didn't say that there was another one with such strength among you." Yung Jifeng remained silent, but his next attack was even more ferocious. The snow demon's expression also turned serious. When they clashed again, the two were still evenly matched, but Song Nansher could tell at a glance that the snow demon was clearly at a disadvantage. Song Nansher breathed a sigh of relief, controlled the Li Huo, and focused on blocking too many snowmen for the other cultivators. Yung Jifeng was able to distract the snow demon, and the other cultivators were able to concentrate on dealing with the snowman. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction, and it seemed that as long as there was enough time, passing through the 8th level would be a piece of cake. But the Snow Fairy's mission was always just to stop them. What Song Nansher and his group lacked was precisely time. Because, as they fought to the bitter end, Song Nansher spotted Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing at the edge of the battlefield. Her heart sank immediately. She sensed something was wrong. She immediately raised her voice, "Stop them." The one closest to the two was the Buddha, who, upon seeing this, almost immediately abandoned his opponent and pounced on them. Upon seeing this, the surrounding cultivators immediately divided the work. Those who had taken over the Buddha's opponent immediately filled in, and those who were free immediately went to help the Buddha. When Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing realized they had been discovered, they immediately stopped hiding and attacked with wide-ranging attacks, making it difficult for the Buddha's disciples to hold on. Upon seeing this, Song Nansher immediately prepared to block them. However, Luo Shui suddenly grabbed her. Seeing Song Nansher looking over, he said directly, "Senior sister, there's no point in you getting entangled with them now. They're going to the last level anyway. Instead of blocking them, you might as well go up ahead of them." Song Nansher frowned, "But you..." Luo Shui laughed. He interrupted her, saying, "Senior sister, we fought our way up here. You should believe in the strength of the people you brought with you." He said calmly, "We'll hold off these snow demons and those two people for you. You go up there right away. Song Nansure said sternly. Stop fooling around. What are you going to use to block us? As soon as he finished speaking, one by one, people stepped out from the crowd and stood behind Luo Shui. Upon closer inspection, Song Nansure realized that they were all array masters. Because formation masters have a negligible role in actual combat, they spent almost all of their time playing support roles and slacking off along the way. At this moment, Luo Shui said, "We did do something, too." He laughed and said, "Senior sister, if there is such a brilliant and talented person as you among the divination masters, then the array masters cannot remain unknown in the cultivation world. Fellow cultivators, let them see the strength of us array masters." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Nansure watched as a huge formation rose from the ground and slowly enveloped the entire battlefield, including them, the Snow Demon, and Zhu Mingzi. The only ones outside the formation were Song Nansure and his group. Yung Jifeng, who had inexplicably lost his opponent, looked over in surprise. Seeing his surprise, Luo Shui couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. The array masters behind him were equally proud. Nobody knows how they did it. Song Nansure murmured, "Is this all you've done along the way?" Luo Shui couldn't help but laugh and said, "We haven't done a good job yet. We can only release you now, and we'll be trapped with them. But fortunately, we still have the advantage inside the formation." He gently pushed Song Nansure, but due to the array, he only managed to push the outer wall of the array. He said softly, "Senior sister, go ahead." Song Nansure turned around subconsciously. Behind him, Zhu Mingzi's voice roared in impotent fury. "What have you done? Let me out! Let me out!" Without further hesitation, Song Nansure strode toward the entrance to the 9th floor. Upon seeing this, Yung Jifeng and Jiang Ji immediately followed. However, upon reaching the entrance, they all turned back simultaneously. At this moment, the demons and cultivators trapped in the formation were once again locked in a fierce battle. They could neither find the formation masters nor Luo Shui. Song Nansure simply bowed respectfully in that direction. Then, without hesitation, the group stepped onto the 9th floor. At this moment, she could no longer tell who had helped whom. The 9th floor is very different from the other places. After Song Nansure walked through a long tunnel, he found himself not at the 9th floor, but at a tightly closed black iron door. Yung Jifeng stepped forward and tentatively pushed it, but it didn't budge. His gaze swept across the room and landed on a pattern in the center of the two doors. He suddenly said, "Song Nansure, look." Song Nansure stared intently at it. Then she paused. She hesitated. "This pattern," Yung Jifeng said calmly, "it's very similar to your birth chart, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiu immediately asked, "Can Junior Sister's destiny chart open this door?" Yung Jifeng nodded. "We can give it a try." Song Nansure, "Is it a matter of giving it a try now? The question now is, why is her birth chart able to open the door to the pagoda of all things?" However, before she could say those words, Jiangji suddenly realized what was going on. He said, "I understand. If Junior Sister's destiny chart can open the door of the myriad manifestations pagoda, then isn't Junior Sister the legendary guardian of the pagoda?" Song Nanshure's vision went black for a moment. The option she least wanted to hear appeared. "Oh right, what did she just say?" "Oh, she's not the tower keeper. She can't just destroy the buildings here at will." Song Nansure suddenly clutched his chest in pain. Jiangji was shocked to see this. Quick, quick. Junior Sister is injured. Quickly get the heart-protecting pill." Song Nansure immediately let go of Yoon Ji-fin's hand and grabbed Yoon Ji-fin's hand as he was about to get the medicine. She firmly replied, "No. I'm perfectly fine." She pressed his hand down. "These are all spirit stones." What Song Nansure could think of, others naturally thought of as well. Immediately, everyone looked at her with pity. Even the seniors watching from outside the spirit mirror were on edge. Someone couldn't help but look at the Wuyang sect leader, who was holding his forehead with a heavy expression, and asked with faint concern, "Your Wuyang sect has produced a tower guardian. For such a big project as repairing the myriad manifestations tower, will your Wuyang sect contribute any money?" "Sect leader," he said with a forced smile, "our sect has always taught its disciples to be responsible for their own affairs. However, Brother Zhou is right. The survival of this myriad manifestations tower is not just my responsibility as a disciple. Since Brother Zhou is so considerate of me, does that mean he is also prepared to contribute money and materials?" Brother Zhao's expression changed immediately. Song Nansure had no idea that someone outside the spirit mirror was painstakingly helping her swindle money and goods. She now only had the urge to run away on the spot. But behind them were the cultivators who had gone to great lengths to help them fend off the evil spirits. Even if she wanted to run away, her conscience wouldn't allow it. She stared blankly at the familiar patterns on the black iron gate. Jiang Ji, standing beside her, awkwardly tried to comfort her. "It's okay. We should always look on the bright side. Didn't you initially think this place was suitable for cultivators to break through to the next level? We can just sell trial slots then." Zhu Xiu and the others immediately nodded frantically. "Yes, yes, yes." Song Nansure immediately looked over and asked, "So, do you want to buy it?" Everyone. Haven't they suffered enough fighting their way up? Why would they spend money to suffer again after they get out? But for my junior sister. They gritted their teeth and said, "Buy it." Song Nansure felt a little better. She felt that her study room for postgraduate entrance exams still had some market value. Even if she inherited the Wanxiang Tower with nothing in the future, she wouldn't have to sit around and do nothing. Then she looked at the black iron gate and immediately gritted her teeth. Shenbin. What a Shenbin. If it weren't for this bastard, would she have personally torn down her own myriad pagoda? Yoon Ji-fin, who was standing nearby, asked her, "Should we open it?" Song Nansure, "Open." She took out the horoscope and stepped forward. The natal chart aligned perfectly with the patterns on it. A heavy click sounded in everyone's ears, and the black iron gate opened slightly. Upon seeing this, Song Nansure withdrew the divination plate and raised his foot to kick the door open. Halfway through carrying it, she remembered that even if the door was kicked down, it would cost money to replace it. She immediately put her feet down as if nothing had happened, and gently pushed the door open. The crowd, who were just about to fiercely revert to their booing ways. Song Nansure urged, "Hurry up and go inside." Yoon Ji-fin took a deep breath and said, "Go in." A faint white light leaked out from the open door, and the group strode into the white light under the watchful eyes of the people outside the spirit mirror. Then the mirror flickered a few times and went completely dark. The group, who had been sitting upright and preparing to see what was inside the door, were suddenly dumbfounded. Then a commotion arose. What happened? Is the spirit mirror broken? Where are they? Where are they? Demon Emperor. Alliance leader. What's going on with this spirit mirror? Everyone's waiting to see what's inside. The Demon Emperor and the Alliance leader rushed over the moment the spirit mirror went dark. After checking it over, they looked at each other, their hearts sinking. The crowd behind him was still shouting, which gave the Demon Emperor a headache. He was about to tell them to stop when, in the blink of an eye, the spirit mirror suddenly shattered in their hands. At the same time, the water mirror moon, which had been hanging high in the air, trembled twice and suddenly fell down without warning, crashing straight into the myriad pagoda dozens of miles away. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, someone murmured, "This is the complete fusion of water mirror moon and the myriad manifestations pagoda. What should we do? What should I do?" The demon emperor, the alliance leader, abandoned all the cultivators in the hall and rushed out. Rushing to the door, they still retained some semblance of rationality, turning around and shouting, "What are you all standing there for, my ancestors? Hurry up and bring your disciples with you." The crowd reacted immediately. Some rallied their troops without a word and followed, while others insisted on getting to the bottom of it, asking, "Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, what are we going to do now?" The Demon Emperor continued walking, saying succinctly, "We'll pick them up after they come out." He paused for a moment, then added, "If we can't get out, we'll rescue them." Of course, there's one more thing he didn't mention. What if they get out, but it's not them who comes out? Then they need to be prepared to fight to the death. After stepping through the white light, Song Nan and his companions entered a tall and dimly lit hall. The hall was dozens of meters high and terrifyingly spacious, but its somber color scheme made it feel oppressive. Jiangji coughed as he entered, and the deep echo in the air startled him. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. He immediately waved his hand and said, Sorry, I couldn't help it." The voice involuntarily became a little softer. Song Nansure turned around and looked at the main hall again, but something felt off. So she turned to Yung Jifeng to say something. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she clearly saw a man dressed in white walk into the room unhurriedly right in front of them. Song Nansure felt a chill and immediately took out his horoscope to look at the man. Her movement made everyone turn their heads, and for a moment everyone was shocked and drew their swords. But the man seemed not to see them at all, and slowly scanned the hall, his gaze passing over them as if they were air. Upon seeing this, Jiangji couldn't help but say, "Who is this person? He looks familiar." Junior brother Luo Shui and the others also felt that he looked familiar when they were in Songnan, and in a very annoying way. But no, that's not right. Song Nansure suddenly put down the horoscope, and at the same time, Yung Jifeng also sheathed his longsword. Everyone else was completely shocked. You guys," Song Nansure said directly, "put away your weapons for now. This shouldn't be a real-world scenario." The group couldn't help but exchange glances. Zhu Xiu lowered her voice and asked, "Is it an illusion?" Song Nansure shook his head. "No, I can tell it's an illusion at a glance." She said thoughtfully, "This should be a memory, the memory of this hall itself, something that happened inside this hall." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiujiu casually picked up a small stone from the floor and threw it over. The small stone passed right through the person's body without the person noticing. Yu Jiujiu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Senior sister is right, it's definitely not a real person." But the others didn't breathe a sigh of relief. They just stared silently at the hole that had been pried out of thin air in the floor that had been sealed so tightly. Song Nansure immediately reassured her, "Okay, junior sister, we understand." Jiangji patted his chest with lingering fear, then asked in a low voice, "But who is this person? Why does he look so familiar?" Song Nansure also felt that it looked familiar, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Until Old Man Lu suddenly rushed out of Jiangji's jade pendant and cursed loudly, "Sheng Jiming, I'd recognize you even if you were ashes." Shen Zimin. Jiangji hurriedly pressed old man Lu down. But Song Nanshe suddenly realized. Shen Zimin? Shen Bin. Holy crap! It's Shen Bin, she said. Why does he look so familiar? Yung Jifeng glanced at her, then tilted his head and asked, This is? Song Nanshe sneered, Shen Bin. The cloud stopped and the wind understood. He seemed to be deep in thought. If it is Shen Bin, then what we are seeing now must be Shen Bin's memories that have been sealed into the myriad manifestations tower. Others also realized this. Jiangji couldn't help but frown and said, The myriad manifestations pagoda can only be opened by the tower guardian, so how did Shen Bin enter the myriad manifestations pagoda on his own? As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Bin, who had been leisurely enjoying the scenery by the iron gate, suddenly moved. Yung Jifeng immediately made a shushing gesture and said, You'll find out soon enough. Their gazes then returned to Shen Bin. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shen Bin took a few steps forward, looked at a stone platform in the center of the main hall, and suddenly smiled. He spoke slowly, as if to himself, yet also to others. People have been saying that the myriad manifestations pagoda has been experiencing strange phenomena in recent months, suspecting that something has gone wrong with the demons within it. Who would have thought that the root of these phenomena would be here? You've really hidden yourself well. It's been quite a search for me. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the tower, murmuring, Then let me see what else you're hiding. As he said this, he had already stepped onto the first step of the tower. Then a golden light flashed, and he was suddenly thrown away. Shen Bin was thrown heavily to the ground, and when he looked up, his expression was extremely distorted. He stared intently at the tower. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. His expression twisted as he said, So, you were really wary of me all along. Even at the very end, you're still wary of me? What did you leave here? Who are you planning to leave it to? You wouldn't even leave it to a stranger, would you? You don't intend for me to have it. Looking at his expression, Zhu Xiu couldn't help but say, that's a bit perverted. Song Nanshe rubbed his arm, but still managed to extract the key information, saying, Does he know the tower keeper of the Myriad Elephant Tower? And it seems like they're quite familiar. Why does he say that? It sounds so melancholy. Yung Jifeng reminded him, he once claimed to have come from the Myriad Pagoda. So, if that's the case, how credible is this statement? At this moment, Shen Bin slammed his hand on the ground, stood up, and with a cold face, began to climb the steps again. As he stepped onto the first step, the golden light reappeared. This time, he was on guard and directly waved his sleeve to shake off the golden light. This time he successfully climbed halfway up. Then a golden barrier appeared in front of him. His expression hardened with anger, and he was about to make a forceful move when a voice suddenly came from the top of the stone platform. You've finally come after all. Shen Bin looked over, and Song Nanshe also looked over. Then Song Nanshe dropped the melon seeds in his hand. Her voice cracked and changed several times as she shouted, Senior Shi. Yung Jifeng was so startled that he almost dropped the sword in his hand. Jiangji and the others had never seen Senior Shi before, so they couldn't help but ask, Who is this? Song Nanshe opened his mouth wide and muttered to himself, It's that senior who passed on his skills to me. Jiangji and the others stared in disbelief. Jiangji murmured, The predecessor who gave you the inheritance was the guardian of the myriad manifestations pagoda. Song Nanshe was shocked for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. She should have expected this. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that her destiny chart could open the tower of all things? It is only reasonable that Senior Shi is the guardian of the myriad pagoda. But that means she wasn't actually chosen as the Tower Guardian by the Tower of All Things just now. She became the Tower Guardian the moment she received the Destiny Plate. Song Nansher took a deep breath, looked at the illusory figure of Senior Stone on the stone platform, and whispered, "Keep watching." Shunbi was also looking at Senior Sher. After a while, he suddenly sneered and said, "You actually left a trace of your divine sense here to guard against me." Senior Sher said calmly, "You're overthinking it. I don't need to go to such lengths just to be on guard against you." Upon hearing this, Shunbi was first taken aback, then flew into a rage. "This is outrageous. Am I not worthy of letting you leave behind a wisp of your divine consciousness?" Upon hearing this, Senior Sher glanced at him and said with a hint of earnestness, "What did I tell you? Using too many external avatars can affect your brain." Shunbi was even angrier upon hearing this. "You actually dare to say that I'm not smart enough?" Senior Sher, "Oh, yes, 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 yes." Then Shunbi and Senior Sher started arguing passionately. Song Nansher, who was watching from the sidelines, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It tastes so familiar." This Shunbi truly lives up to its reputation as the original form of those two medicinal herbs. But Shunbi quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to get my things." Senior Sher then laughed and said, "It seems that all these years of nothingness have not only made your temper worse, but your mind also seems to be not working very well. Your things? I never said that my things would be left to you." But Shunbi stopped talking to him and said directly, "Kun represents Earth." The next moment, the golden barrier, along with Senior Stone's smiling face, vanished. Shunbi almost immediately stepped forward. As he walked, he muttered involuntarily, "Let me see what you've left here. Is it a clue to your destiny? Your legacy? Or information about that damned heir you speak of? Let me see." Song Nansher frowned as he listened to his almost manic soliloquy. She felt that Senior Sher was right about one thing. Shunbi's personality was indeed somewhat obsessive. At this moment, Old Man Lu also showed his face, and he had calmed down considerably. He said, "His temper is much more stubborn now than before. Before, he was stubborn to the core, but he could still pretend to be gentle and refined on the surface. Now he really can't keep up the act anymore." The group watched helplessly as Shunbi walked faster and faster as if in a frenzy, almost flying to the top of the platform, where he grabbed a wooden box that was placed there. He opened it almost rudely. Song Nansher saw a black bead inside. She couldn't help but say, "This is..." Before she could finish her question, Shunbi, on the high platform, exclaimed with overjoyed delight, "It's a demon pill. It's the demon pill of that demon from the demonic sect." Song Nansher was startled. Demon pill? She suddenly remembered that in the Hehuan sect, Shunbi's incarnation called the Huang wanted to become a demon. She immediately looked over again. After his initial joy, Shunbi's laughter suddenly stopped, and his dark eyes stared fixedly at the demonic pill. He was frighteningly calm. He stared for a long time, then suddenly muttered to himself, "Becoming a demon." The next moment, without warning, he swallowed the demon pill. Song Nansher had a bad feeling and immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to step back. However, soon after swallowing the demon pill, Shunbi's face turned a terrifying black, and his expression suddenly became painful. He seemed to realize something was wrong and said, "You." Senior Stone's vanished divine consciousness has returned. He said with a complicated expression, "So you really do want to become a demon?" Shunbi gasped for breath and said with difficulty, "So you deliberately left a backup plan to lure me into the tower? You deliberately left behind a demonic core. He scratched his throat. This demonic pill, is it real? Senior sure said calmly, even if it weren't real, you wouldn't eat it. Shunbi laughed heartily. What if I hadn't come? He looked at Shunbi and said with a complicated expression, you can't not come. You don't have any more time to wait. Once you hear the news, you'll be eager to come, and once you come, they fell into his trap. Shunbi seemed to realize something, looked at him for a moment, and suddenly burst into laughter. The pain on his face disappeared, and he said calmly, yes, I will come, even if I know it's a trap. I can't wait. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. I'm just leaving myself here. Years later, I will get everything I want. You can't stop me. Master! The next moment, Shunbi's body suddenly exploded into a blood mist. At the same time, Senior Sher's divine sense transformed into a golden light, quickly entangling a black shadow that flew out of the blood mist and sealing it into the box with lightning speed. Everything had settled down. But Song Nansher and the others didn't react for a long time. She finally knew how Shunbi had been sealed away, but that wasn't her focus. She murmured, Master? Senior Sher is Shunbi's master. The moment she uttered that question, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, becoming even grayer and more somber. Yoon Jifeng immediately stepped in front of the crowd. Song Nansher immediately realized that they had returned to reality. Shunbi's voice rang out, That's right, he is my master. Surprised? The destiny chart you hold in your hand, your inheritance, should all belong to me. The group looked in the direction of the sound and saw a faint, ethereal figure floating above the platform. It was exactly the appearance of Shunbi from my memory. He looked coldly at Song Nansher. Song Nansher quickly recovered from his shock, glanced at him up and down, and suddenly smiled. You want to steal my destiny plate. You even want to become a demon. But as far as I know, demons cannot manipulate destiny plates. No wonder Senior Sher thinks you have something wrong with your head. Shunbi was about to get angry, but then he calmed down, looked at her coldly, and sneered. What do you know? Do you think that fate chart is just a magic artifact? You have no idea what it means. Song Nansher truly didn't know, but she shrugged and said, But you don't have a physical form, so what are you going to use to take it from me? Shunbi laughed. He said, I didn't want you to be the first to come up because I didn't want you to see these things. It's a pity that my two avatars are useless. However, I can only use them for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mingzi and the other person, who should have been blocked by Luo Shui and the others within the barrier, stumbled in looking miserable. They wanted to cry as soon as they saw the real body, but the real body said disdainfully, Hurry up and stand still. The two immediately fell silent. Song Nansher watched them curiously, wanting to see what other tricks they might pull. Then Shunbi asked, Did you bring the wand? The two immediately replied, We brought it. Upon hearing this, Song Nansher quickly realized what was going on. You want to take over Mr. Shen's body, take over Da Wang's body. Shunbi glanced at her indifferently and said, I created him to serve as a backup body for myself. Song Nansher hesitated, but Shunbi thought she was about to say something cruel, so he ignored her and said directly, Take it out. The two of them didn't dare to delay and immediately took out the caches. Then a tattered and wounded body appeared before Shunbi. Shunbi? The two were a little embarrassed. We forgot to tell you, this body doesn't seem to be very useful anymore. Song Nansher, standing to the side, said somewhat embarrassedly, I forgot to mention, it seems like I did this. What Song Nansher could think of, others naturally thought of as well. Immediately, everyone looked at her with pity. Even the seniors watching from outside the spirit mirror were on edge. Someone couldn't help but look at the Wuyang sect leader, who was holding his forehead with a heavy expression, and asked with faint concern, "Your Wuyang sect has produced a tower guardian. For such a big project as repairing the myriad manifestations tower, will your Wuyang sect contribute any money?" "Sect leader," he said with a forced smile, "our sect has always taught its disciples to be responsible for their own affairs. However, Brother Zhou is right. The survival of this myriad manifestations tower is not just my responsibility as a disciple. Since Brother Zhou is so considerate of me, does that mean he is also prepared to contribute money and materials?" Brother Zhao's expression changed immediately. Song Nanshe had no idea that someone outside the spirit mirror was painstakingly helping her swindle money and goods. She now only had the urge to run away on the spot. But behind them were the cultivators who had gone to great lengths to help them fend off the evil spirits. Even if she wanted to run away, her conscience wouldn't allow it. She stared blankly at the familiar patterns on the black iron gate. Jiang Ji, who was standing next to her, awkwardly comforted her. "It's okay. We should always look on the bright side. Didn't you initially think this place was suitable for cultivators to break through to the next level? We can just sell trial slots then." Zhu Xiu and the others immediately nodded frantically. "Yes, yes, yes." Song Nanshe immediately looked over and asked, "So, do you want to buy it?" Everyone. Haven't they suffered enough fighting their way up? Why would they spend money to suffer again after they get out? But for my junior sister. They gritted their teeth and said, "Buy it." Song Nanshe felt a little better. She felt that her study room for postgraduate entrance exams still had some market value. Even if she inherited the Wanxiang Tower with nothing in the future, she wouldn't have to sit around and do nothing. Then she looked at the black iron gate and immediately gritted her teeth. Shenbin. What a Shenbin. If it weren't for this bastard, would she have personally torn down her own myriad pagoda? Yung Jifeng, who was standing nearby, asked her, "Should we open it?" Song Nanshe, "Open." She took out the horoscope and stepped forward. The natal chart aligned perfectly with the patterns on it. A heavy click sounded in everyone's ears, and the black iron gate opened slightly. Upon seeing this, Song Nanshe withdrew the divination plate and raised his foot to kick the door open. Halfway through carrying it, she remembered that even if the door was kicked down, it would cost money to replace it. She immediately put her feet down as if nothing had happened, and gently pushed the door open. The crowd, who were just about to fiercely revert to their booing ways. Song Nanshe urged, "Hurry up and go inside." Yung Jifeng took a deep breath and said, "Go in." A faint white light leaked out from the open door, and the group strode into the white light under the watchful eyes of the people outside the spirit mirror. Then the mirror flickered a few times and went completely dark. The group, who had been sitting upright and preparing to see what was inside the door, were suddenly dumbfounded. Then a commotion arose. What happened? Is the spirit mirror broken? Where are they? Where are they? Demon Emperor. Alliance leader. What's going on with this spirit mirror? Everyone's waiting to see what's inside. The Demon Emperor and the Alliance leader rushed over the moment the spirit mirror went dark. After checking it over, they looked at each other, their hearts sinking. The crowd behind him was still shouting, which gave the Demon Emperor a headache. He was about to tell them to stop when, in the blink of an eye, the spirit mirror suddenly shattered in their hands. At the same time, the water mirror moon, which had been hanging high in the air, trembled twice and suddenly fell down without warning, crashing straight into the myriad pagoda dozens of miles away. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, someone murmured, "This is the complete fusion of water mirror moon and the myriad manifestations pagoda. What should we do? What should I do?" The demon emperor, the alliance leader, abandoned all the cultivators in the hall and rushed out. Rushing to the door, they still retained some semblance of rationality, turning around and shouting, "What are you all standing there for, my ancestors? Hurry up and bring your disciples with you." The crowd reacted immediately. Some rallied their troops without a word and followed, while others insisted on getting to the bottom of it, asking, "Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, what are we going to do now?" The Demon Emperor continued walking, saying succinctly, "We'll pick them up after they come out." He paused for a moment, then added, "If we can't get out, we'll rescue them." Of course, there's one more thing he didn't mention. What if they get out, but it's not them who comes out? Then they need to be prepared to fight to the death. After stepping through the white light, Song Nan and his companions entered a tall and dimly lit hall. The hall was dozens of meters high and terrifyingly spacious, but its somber color scheme made it feel oppressive. Jiangji coughed as he entered, and the deep echo in the air startled him. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. He immediately waved his hand and said, Sorry, I couldn't help it." The voice involuntarily became a little softer. Song Nanshu turned around and looked at the main hall again, but something felt off. So she turned to Yun Jifeng to say something. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she clearly saw a man dressed in white walk into the room unhurriedly right in front of them. Song Nanshu felt a chill and immediately took out his horoscope to look at the man. Her movement made everyone turn their heads, and for a moment everyone was shocked and drew their swords. But the man seemed not to see them at all, and slowly scanned the hall, his gaze passing over them as if they were air. Upon seeing this, Jiangji couldn't help but say, "Who is this person? He looks familiar." Junior brother Luo Shui and the others also felt that he looked familiar when they were in Songnan, and in a very annoying way. But no, that's not right. Song Nanshu suddenly put down the horoscope, and at the same time, Yun Jifeng also sheathed his longsword. Everyone else was completely shocked. You guys. Song Nanshu said directly, "Put away your weapons for now. This shouldn't be a real-world scenario." The group couldn't help but exchange glances. Zhu Xiu lowered her voice and asked, "Is it an illusion?" Song Nanshu shook his head. "No, I can tell it's an illusion at a glance." She said thoughtfully, "This should be a memory, the memory of this hall itself, something that happened inside this hall." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiujiu casually picked up a small stone from the floor and threw it over. The small stone passed right through the person's body without the person noticing. Yu Jiujiu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Senior sister is right, it's definitely not a real person." But the others didn't breathe a sigh of relief. They just stared silently at the hole that had been pried out of thin air in the floor that had been sealed so tightly. Song Nanshu immediately reassured her, "Okay, junior sister, we understand." Jiangji patted his chest with lingering fear, then asked in a low voice, "But who is this person? Why does he look so familiar?" Song Nanshu also felt that it looked familiar, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Until Old Man Lu suddenly rushed out of Jiangji's jade pendant and cursed loudly, "Shen Jiming, I'd recognize you even if you were ashes. Shen Jiming." Jiangji hurriedly pressed Old Man Lu down. But Song Nanshu suddenly realized. "Shen Jiming? Shen Bin. Holy crap! It's Shen Bin," she said, Why does he look so familiar? Young Jifeng glanced at her, then tilted his head and asked, This is? Song Nansher sneered, Shenbin. The clouds stopped and the wind understood. He seemed to be deep in thought. If it is Shenbin, then what we are seeing now must be Shenbin's memories that have been sealed into the myriad manifestations tower. Others also realized this. Jiangji couldn't help but frown and said, The myriad manifestations pagoda can only be opened by the tower guardian, so how did Shenbin enter the myriad manifestations pagoda on his own? As soon as he finished speaking, Shenbin, who had been leisurely enjoying the scenery by the iron gate, suddenly moved. Young Jifeng immediately made a shushing gesture and said, You'll find out soon enough. Their gazes then returned to Shenbin. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shenbin took a few steps forward, looked at a stone platform in the center of the main hall, and suddenly smiled. He spoke slowly, as if to himself, yet also to others. People have been saying that the myriad manifestations pagoda has been experiencing strange phenomena in recent months, suspecting that something has gone wrong with the demons within it. Who would have thought that the root of these phenomena would be here? You've really hidden yourself well. It's been quite a search for me. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the tower, murmuring, Then let me see what else you're hiding. As he said this, he had already stepped onto the first step of the tower. Then a golden light flashed, and he was suddenly thrown away. Shenbin was thrown heavily to the ground, and when he looked up, his expression was extremely distorted. He stared intently at the tower. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. His expression twisted as he said, So, you were really wary of me all along. Even at the very end, you're still wary of me? What did you leave here? Who are you planning to leave it to? You wouldn't even leave it to a stranger, would you? You don't intend for me to have it. Looking at his expression, Zhu Xiu couldn't help but say, that's a bit perverted. Song Nansher rubbed his arm, but still managed to extract the key information, saying, Does he know the tower keeper of the Myriad Elephant Tower? And it seems like they're quite familiar. Why does he say that? It sounds so melancholy. Young Jifeng reminded him, he once claimed to have come from the Myriad Pagoda. So, if that's the case, how credible is this statement? At this moment, Shenbin slammed his hand on the ground, stood up, and with a cold face, began to climb the steps again. As he stepped onto the first step, the golden light reappeared. This time, he was on guard and directly waved his sleeve to shake off the golden light. This time he successfully climbed halfway up. Then a golden barrier appeared in front of him. His expression hardened with anger, and he was about to make a forceful move when a voice suddenly came from the top of the stone platform. You've finally come after all. Shenbin looked over, and Song Nansher also looked over. Then Song Nansher dropped the melon seeds in his hand. Her voice cracked and changed several times as she shouted, Senior Shi. Young Jifeng was so startled that he almost dropped the sword in his hand. Jiangji and the others had never seen Senior Shi before, so they couldn't help but ask, Who is this? Song Nansher opened his mouth wide and muttered to himself, It's that senior who passed on his skills to me. Jiangji and the others stared in disbelief. Jiangji murmured, The predecessor who gave you the inheritance was the guardian of the myriad manifestations pagoda. Song Nansher was shocked for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. She should have expected this. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that her destiny chart could open the Tower of All Things? It is only reasonable that Senior Shi is the guardian of the Myriad Pagoda. But that means she wasn't actually chosen as the Tower Guardian by the Tower of All Things just now. She became the Tower Guardian the moment she received the Destiny Plate. Song Nansher took a deep breath, looked at the illusory figure of Senior Stone on the stone platform, and whispered, "Keep watching." Shunbi was also looking at Senior Sure. After a while, he suddenly sneered and said, "You actually left a trace of your divine sense here to guard against me." Senior Sure said calmly, "You're overthinking it. I don't need to go to such lengths just to be on guard against you." Upon hearing this, Shunbi was first taken aback, then flew into a rage. "This is outrageous. Am I not worthy of letting you leave behind a wisp of your divine consciousness?" Upon hearing this, Senior Sure glanced at him and said with a hint of earnestness, "What did I tell you? Using too many external avatars can affect your brain." Shunbi was even angrier upon hearing this. "You actually dare to say that I'm not smart enough?" Senior Sure, "Oh, yes, 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 yes." Then Shunbi and Senior Sure started arguing passionately. Song Nansure, who was watching from the sidelines, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It tastes so familiar." This Shunbi truly lives up to its reputation as the original form of those two medicinal herbs. But Shunbi quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to get my things." Senior Sure then laughed and said, "It seems that all these years of nothingness have not only made your temper worse, but your mind also seems to be not working very well." "Your things? I never said that my things would be left to you." But Shunbi stopped talking to him and said directly, "Kun represents Earth." The next moment, the golden barrier, along with Senior Stone's smiling face, vanished. Shunbi almost immediately stepped forward. As he walked, he muttered involuntarily, "Let me see what you've left here. Is it a clue to your destiny? Your legacy? Or information about that damned air you speak of? Let me see." Song Nansure frowned as he listened to his almost manic soliloquy. She felt that Senior Sure was right about one thing. Shunbi's personality was indeed somewhat obsessive. At this moment, Old Man Lu also showed his face, and he had calmed down considerably. He said, "His temper is much more stubborn now than before. Before, he was stubborn to the core, but he could still pretend to be gentle and refined on the surface. Now he really can't keep up the act anymore." The group watched helplessly as Shunbi walked faster and faster as if in a frenzy, almost flying to the top of the platform, where he grabbed a wooden box that was placed there. He opened it almost rudely. Song Nansure saw a black bead inside. She couldn't help but say, "This is..." Before she could finish her question, Shunbi, on the high platform, exclaimed with overjoyed delight, "It's a demon pill. It's the demon pill of that demon from the demonic sect." Song Nansure was startled. Demon pill? She suddenly remembered that in the He Huang sect, Shunbi's incarnation called the Huang wanted to become a demon. She immediately looked over again. After his initial joy, Shunbi's laughter suddenly stopped, and his dark eyes stared fixedly at the demonic pill. He was frighteningly calm. He stared for a long time, then suddenly muttered to himself, "Becoming a demon." The next moment, without warning, he swallowed the demon pill. Song Nansure had a bad feeling and immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to step back. However, soon after swallowing the demon pill, Shunbi's face turned a terrifying black, and his expression suddenly became painful. He seemed to realize something was wrong and said, "You." Senior Stone's vanished divine consciousness has returned. He said with a complicated expression, "So you really do want to become a demon?" Shunbi gasped for breath and said with difficulty, "So you deliberately left a backup plan to lure me into the tower? You deliberately left behind a demonic core?" He scratched his throat. "This demonic pill, is it real?" Senior Sure said calmly, "Even if it weren't real, you wouldn't eat it. Shunbi laughed heartily. What if I hadn't come? He looked at Shunbi and said with a complicated expression, You can't not come. You don't have any more time to wait. Once you hear the news, you'll be eager to come, and once you come. They fell into his trap. Shunbi seemed to realize something, looked at him for a moment, and suddenly burst into laughter. The pain on his face disappeared, and he said calmly, Yes, I will come, even if I know it's a trap. I can't wait. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. I'm just leaving myself here. Years later, I will get everything I want. You can't stop me. Master! The next moment, Shunbi's body suddenly exploded into a blood mist. At the same time, Senior Shi's divine sense transformed into a golden light, quickly entangling a black shadow that flew out of the blood mist and sealing it into the box with lightning speed. Everything had settled down. But Song Nansha and the others didn't react for a long time. She finally knew how Shunbi had been sealed away, but that wasn't her focus. She murmured, Master? Senior Shi is Shunbi's master. The moment she uttered that question, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, becoming even grayer and more somber. Yoon Jifeng immediately stepped in front of the crowd. Song Nansha immediately realized that they had returned to reality. Shunbi's voice rang out, That's right, he is my master. Surprised? The destiny chart you hold in your hand, your inheritance, should all belong to me. The group looked in the direction of the sound and saw a faint, ethereal figure floating above the platform. It was exactly the appearance of Shunbi from my memory. He looked coldly at Song Nansha. Song Nansha quickly recovered from his shock, glanced at him up and down, and suddenly smiled. You want to steal my destiny plate. You even want to become a demon. But as far as I know, demons cannot manipulate destiny plates. No wonder Senior Shi thinks you have something wrong with your head. Shunbi was about to get angry, but then he calmed down, looked at her coldly, and sneered, What do you know? Do you think that fate chart is just a magic artifact? You have no idea what it means. Song Nansha truly didn't know, but... She shrugged and said, But you don't have a physical form, so what are you going to use to take it from me? Shunbi laughed. He said, I didn't want you to be the first to come up because I didn't want you to see these things. It's a pity that my two avatars are useless. However, I can only use them for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mingzi and the other person, who should have been blocked by Luo Shui and the others within the barrier, stumbled in looking miserable. They wanted to cry as soon as they saw the real body, but the real body said disdainfully, Hurry up and stand still. The two immediately fell silent. Song Nansha watched them curiously, wanting to see what other tricks they might pull. Then Shunbi asked, Did you bring the wand? The two immediately replied, We brought it. Upon hearing this, Song Nansha quickly realized what was going on. You want to take over Mr. Shen's body, take over Da Wang's body. Shunbi glanced at her indifferently and said, I created him to serve as a backup body for myself. Song Nansha hesitated, but Shunbi thought she was about to say something cruel, so he ignored her and said directly, Take it out. The two of them didn't dare to delay and immediately took out the caches. Then a tattered and wounded body appeared before Shunbi. Shunbi? The two were a little embarrassed. We forgot to tell you, this body doesn't seem to be very useful anymore. Song Nansha, standing to the side, said somewhat embarrassedly, I forgot to mention, it seems like I did this. Seeing the identical sorry expressions on the faces of his two subordinates and Song Nansha, Shunbi's anger immediately flared up. The moment he decided to create an external avatar, he knew that although the external avatar was created by him, it would inevitably have many shortcomings and would not be completely under his control. Because each of his external incarnations is based on a certain age of his own, and inherits a certain aspect of his personality. He knows that he has his own biases at each age, and these biases are controllable for him because he is getting older and more experienced, so these biases are insignificant to him. However, the external incarnation is different. These obsessions in his personality, whether good or bad, are all part of him. To deny these obsessions is to deny himself. Gui-Qing possesses the undisguised arrogance of his youth, while Zhu Mingzi embodies the cautious repression of years of unfulfilled desires for what he wants. These very flaws that he desperately wanted to get rid of were all vividly manifested in them. Therefore, the external avatar was a flawed product for Shenbin, a flawed product that he had no choice but to use. When he could still walk freely, he could still restrain them, but since he was sealed into the tower of myriad manifestations, the communication between his main body and his external avatars has been severed, and these external avatars can only act freely according to the only command he gave before entering the tower. Find the birth chart and lineage. It was during these days that they approached the pagoda of all things, and only then did they resume communication. He had originally thought that after so many years of experience, they should have made some progress, but he never expected. It's better not to improve at all. Looking at the riddled body before him, Shenbin genuinely wondered if his two external avatars had betrayed him. Zhu Mingzi and Gui-Qing seemed to sense the danger. Before Shenbin could get angry, Zhu Mingzi quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, "He's just a bit ugly. Although he doesn't look very useful, his physical functions are fine. These are just superficial injuries. He's still usable. Otherwise, Gui-Qing and I wouldn't have dared to give him to you like this. Please trust us, Master." He spoke with absolute certainty. Shenbin couldn't help but glance at him, then at the Huan's body, still looking disgusted. "Can it be used?" he asked. "It works. It works." The two nodded vigorously. "What a joke. Saying it can't be used now is like waiting to die. Moreover, it's not entirely unusable." Looking at the expressions on their faces, Shenbin reluctantly decided to believe them. So, Song Nanshe and the others watched as the phantom of Shenbin, which was floating in midair, gave them a cold look before turning around and sinking into Da Huan's body. The next moment, the body of Da Huan, which had been lying silently on the ground, opened its eyes, and its face gradually changed, transforming from the appearance of Da Huan into the face of Shenbin in the phantom. Song Nanshe and the others immediately became alarmed and looked at him with considerable tension. Zhu Mingzi and the others were also very nervous, and they couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes falling on Shenbin. Amidst the intense attention of everyone present, Shenbin slowly stood up. Then, with a thud, his leg fell off. Song Nanshe. Shenbin. His horrified gaze immediately fell upon the two avatars. The two avatars were thinking fast. Driven by the urgency to save their own lives, before the main body could even say kill them, they immediately stepped forward from either side. One of them eagerly supported his arm, while the other quickly picked up the fallen leg and shoved it back at him. Then the ghost minister who picked up the leg explained awkwardly, This was accidentally torn off in the chaos when we took Da Huan's body and retreated. But it's not a big problem, it's just a leg. You only need to use a little bit of spiritual power to restore the leg to its original state immediately. The same goes for the injuries on his body, just a little bit of spiritual power. To prove that the spiritual energy required for recovery is indeed very little. He spread his thumb and forefinger slightly, making a stingy arc. Shunbi closed his eyes tightly for a moment, then opened them again, and said coldly, "This time, you'd better be telling the truth." The two nodded again. "Really, really." Shunbi could only suppress his anger once again and expend his spiritual power to repair this broken body. Fortunately, nothing went wrong this time. Seeing that they had finally been fooled, Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Song Nanshe and the others watched in awe. Song Nanshe couldn't help but clap his hands and say, "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." Shunbi immediately looked over, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "I hope you can still be stubborn in a little while." Song Nanshe smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. Speaking of which, you are Senior Shi's disciple, and I inherited Senior Shi's legacy. So we can be considered fellow disciples." Upon hearing this, both Shunbi and Song Nanshe, who was speaking, shivered. She only meant to disgust Shunbi when she said it, but she ended up disgusting herself as well. But then again, her seniority has skyrocketed. She started as Imbugu's disciple, but later, recognizing the old master's kindness in guiding her, she was promoted in seniority. Now, however, she has inherited the legacy of Senior Shi, who is technically the old master's grandmaster. Does that mean the old master now has to call her Shoshu, a term of respect for a senior martial arts master? Song Nanshe quickly shook his head, trying to clear his mind of the bizarre family relationships. At this moment, Shunbi had already taken 2 steps forward, looking at her with a cold expression. Yun Jifeng immediately stood in front of her with a blank expression. Shunbi laughed and said coldly, "Why are you so nervous? I just want to see what kind of ability the person I would choose even if my master abandoned me is capable of." Upon hearing this, Song Nanshe took 2 steps forward, grasped Yun Jifeng's hand, turned his head to look at him, and said calmly, "Why didn't Senior Shi choose you? Have you thought about it?" Shunbi immediately said, "Because of his nonsensical prejudices." But before he could finish speaking, Old Man Lu immediately rushed out his jade pendant, spat at him, and said, "Isn't it because you're a fucking bastard?" His emotions were so intense that he momentarily manifested a physical form. Zhu Xiu and the others were terrified when they saw a person suddenly emerge from their senior brother's body. Only Shunbi squinted at him. Then he chuckled softly, his tone unchanged, and said, "It's Brother Lu." Old Man Lu was horrified when he saw that the old man still dared to call him Brother Lu. Fearing that he would become too excited and dissipate even his last remaining soul, Song Nanshe stepped forward and smacked him on the forehead, scolding, "What's all the excitement about?" Old Man Lu paused, and the fluctuations in his soul calmed down somewhat. Shunbi chuckled and said, "Back then, Brother Lu and I were like-minded. I was weak and sickly, and Brother Lu said many times that he wished he could take my place. So I thought that if Brother Lu were to sacrifice himself for me, he would be willing to do so. But I never expected that Brother Lu would be so unwilling and still remember me after so many years." Song Nanshe found these words shameless, let alone Old Man Lu, the person involved. To prevent Old Man Lu from becoming too emotionally agitated and losing control, Song Nanshe directly asked on his behalf, "What does killing Old Man Lu have to do with your illness? Weren't you testing whether your avatar could share your karma?" Shunbi then chuckled and said, "Using an avatar to share my karma is for the sake of my illness." He looked directly at Song Nanshe and said, "You should have met the Sheng family before, right? Oh, by the way, I heard they're now surnamed Yi." Song Nanshe's eyes flickered, and suddenly the curse that Shunbi had placed on the Sheng family came to mind. There's always a reason behind the curse, and she had been pondering that reason for what could possibly motivate Shunbi to go to such lengths to cast this curse. Could it be because of his illness? Sure enough, the next moment, Shenbi calmly said, "You may not know that my curse on the Shen family was that the more the Shen family declined, the stronger my body would become. So, I was absolutely right when I said that Brother Lu's sacrifice cured my illness." Upon hearing this, Song Nanshe tightened his grip on Yun Jifeng's hand. Now she understood completely. Shenbi suffers from a chronic illness. He wants to get rid of it, so he targets his own bloodline family and curses the family in exchange for physical strength. However, he did not want to bear the karmic burden of the curse, so he created an external avatar and used Old Man Lu to test whether the external avatar could divide his own karma. Because of his chronic illness, he caused the deaths of so many people. Song Nanshe took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "How could Senior Shi accept someone like you as a disciple?" Upon hearing this, Shenbi seemed to be enraged, and his face suddenly contorted in anger. He said coldly, "Do you think he's some kind of noble person? He just wants to cultivate a successor who fits his ideals. Once he discovers that my ideas differ from his, he'll discard me like trash. Such a person is nothing more than a slightly better control freak than me." Song Nanshe felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing this. She said calmly, "Since Senior Shi can cultivate his own successor, why didn't he cultivate someone more to his liking, but instead chose me after 1,000 years?" Shenbi gave her a half smile. He said, "It seems that before he ascended to heaven, he didn't have time to leave more information for his chosen successor." He looked at Song Nanshe with a hint of superiority and said, "What do you think the heir to the Myriad Pagoda is supposed to do? Just spend his whole life guarding a pagoda and dying here? No, you know nothing." He chuckled and said, "The successor is not someone he can choose at will. Rather than choosing him, the successor is chosen by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the successor of the Myriad Manifestations Tower must be proficient in either the Qian or Kun hexagram in order to be qualified to communicate with the heavenly Tao." Song Nanshe's heart stirred, and he murmured, "The way of heaven." Shenbi calmly said, "Therefore, the guardians of the Myriad Pagoda are actually the agents of the heavenly Tao." The old man's words suddenly came to Song Nanshe's mind. Legend has it that long ago, the heavenly way would select diviners among the mortals to become its agents. In times of peace, these diviners would hide among the mortals, but when great chaos ensued, they would be born. So the guardian of the pagoda of myriad images is actually the agent of the heavenly Tao. Song Nanshe glanced at Shenbi, whose eyes were deep and somber, and decided not to tell him that he had been chosen by heaven. Shenbi, as if he had something he absolutely had to say, said with a belly full of resentment, "The successor of the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda is not chosen by the previous successor, but by the heavenly Tao. Before each successor ascends or dies, they leave behind their destiny plate and inheritance, and only those chosen by the heavenly Tao have the opportunity to obtain them. Before that man surnamed Shi, the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda had not had a successor for many years. How did that man surnamed Shi obtain the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda? He was simply guided by the heavenly Tao to obtain the destiny plate. What he cannot give me, he insists on taking from me." Song Nanshe asked directly, "How did he accept you as his disciple?" Shenbi did not answer, but just stared at her intently. Song Nanshe gasped, "You were born weak and suffered from a chronic illness, so you couldn't learn the Shen family's swordsmanship. That's why you abandoned your sect and ran away, and then you met Senior Shi." Seeing his suddenly darkened expression, Song Nanshe knew he had guessed correctly. So she pressed on, saying, "You were probably on the verge of death then? He saved you? You said that those who communicate with the heavenly Tao must master the Qian and Kun hexagrams. He already mastered the Qian hexagram at that time. He used the Qian hexagram to save you? Xianbing suddenly shouted angrily, "Enough!" Song Nansher knew he had guessed correctly again. Looking at Xianbing, she suddenly remembered the limitations she had encountered when she first grasped the Qian hexagram. Those saved by the Qian hexagram must not cause great turmoil to the future of the cultivation world. Unfortunately, Senior sure saved someone else, but ended up saving Xianbing instead. Xianbing should have died on his way out of the Xiong family. He was saved by Senior Sure, which led to so much turmoil afterward. Could all the things Senior Sure did be his way of making amends for the fate of the cultivation world that he had altered? It is unknown during the Southern Song dynasty. At this moment, Xianbing sneered, "Yes, he saved me. He took me as his disciple, and I mastered the Kun hexagram on my first attempt at learning divination." He was overjoyed and thought I had the talent to become the representative of the heavenly Tao. He wanted to train me to be the next guardian of the myriad manifestations pagoda, who could inherit his ideals and mantle. So I have been guarding the myriad manifestations pagoda with him for so many years, just for his promise. But what has happened? He sneered, "I merely revealed ideas and thoughts different from his, and he expelled me from the myriad manifestations tower, discarding all my years of hard work and effort as worthless. He said that heaven would not recognize me, but he wouldn't even let me try." Song Nansher understood immediately. Back then, Senior Sure saved him, and he happened to show the talent of the Kun hexagram. The condition for communicating with the heavenly Tao is to master the Qian and Kun hexagrams. There are very few people in the world who can master these two hexagrams. Senior Sure felt that he had met the next guardian of the myriad manifestations tower, so he had the idea of bringing him back to the myriad manifestations tower to teach him. But he is not. Not only was he not, but he was also a person with extremely strong ambition and desires. It would be fine if he were kept away from all of this, but once he does, even ordinary people would find it hard to resist the power and temptation that comes with the ability to communicate with the heavenly Tao, let alone someone as ambitious as him. So he had been preparing to take over the myriad pagoda and the identity of the heavenly Tao's agent. However, after so many years of preparation, suddenly, Senior Sure told him that he couldn't do it, that he wasn't good enough. Song Nansher finally understood where his deep-seated madness and paranoia came from. She sighed, glanced at the destiny chart in her hand, and said, "So this destiny chart is not only a weapon, but also the identity certificate of the guardian of the myriad manifestations tower and the agent of the heavenly Tao." Xianbing remained silent. Song Nansher took it as tacit agreement. She couldn't help but say, "No matter how unwilling you are now, you can't control the fate chart. You've already swallowed the demon pill, and the karma on your body is too heavy." To everyone's surprise, Xianbing burst into laughter. He said menacingly, "Do I have a choice?" He was born physically weak, and even the Qian hexagram could only keep him alive. But he wanted to be healthy, so he could only target Old Man Lu and the Xiong family. From the moment he achieved the health he desired, there was no turning back. He accumulated more and more karmic debts, making it impossible for him to survive the tribulation of ascension. So he had no choice but to become a demon. However, becoming a demon does not mean that he can no longer grasp the power of the heavenly Tao. Or rather, only by becoming a demon and obtaining the authority of the heavenly Tao can he live like a human. He calmly said, "It was precisely because I knew I couldn't control the fate chart that I swallowed the demon pill, hoping to become a demon." Song Nansher's heart skipped a beat. "Why?" Xianbing looked at her and said meaningfully, "Because I've discovered that this world actually needs demons." Song Nansha had a gut feeling that this was a very important matter. Why was he so obsessed with becoming a demon and the destiny chart? This was very important. She tried to get more information out of him, but Shenbin had already lost patience and attacked without warning, coldly saying, "If you want to know anything, go to hell and ask the heavenly doll for the answer." Yoon Jifeng immediately stepped forward to block his attack, but Song Nansha had anticipated this move and activated the Qian hexagram as he attacked, which perfectly blocked a death hexagram that flew in silently. The clash between the Qian and Kun trigrams, coupled with the commotion caused by Yoon Jifeng and Shenbin's fight, shook the entire hall. The aftershocks of the clash between the Qian and Kun hexagrams even reached Song Nansha herself, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At the same time, a sudden realization flashed through her mind. She knew clearly that this was something that the heavens were trying to tell her. For example, why does the world need demons? Because where there is good, there must be evil. Where there is righteousness, there must be. There are demons. The demonic sect was wiped out 10,000 years ago because its evil was unrestrained. However, the remnant soul of the demonic sect's leader has not yet dissipated, which proves that the world needs demons and demonic energy to balance it. Pure righteousness cannot be balanced in the world. Therefore, a tower of all things is needed to guard against the evil on the other side of this world. The pagoda of all things guards against the evil and demons in the world, protecting the balance of humanity. Shenbin knew this and wanted to take advantage of it. He wanted to become the demon of this world, to balance the evil in this world. So, regardless of whether it was a trap or not, he willingly swallowed the demonic pill of the sect leader from 10,000 years ago, making himself the evil side of this world. Senior Shi schemed against him, and he schemed against Senior Shi in return. If he successfully becomes a demon and obtains the destiny plate, then even the heavenly doll will have to acknowledge his evil side as a human being, recognize him as a new demon, and grant him the authority to manage evil. Because this is a balance. If it weren't for the existence that could turn the tide and wipe out the demonic sect 10,000 years ago, he could have taken the recognition that heaven had forced upon him and ascended to become a demon god in the immortal realm. Thinking of this, Song Nansha gasped and shouted, "Stop him!" Upon hearing this, Yoon Jifeng's sword, which had been slashing forward, suddenly became 3 times heavier. Then 3 pillars of the main hall collapsed with a crash, and the once magnificent hall was on the verge of collapse. Jiangji, who was also about to join in, paused for a moment and asked hesitantly, "Should we fight?" Song Nansha, though heartbroken, stubbornly insisted, "Fight. Fight until it's reduced to ruins." She now finally understood why Senior Shi was so poor. Such a massive building, the Vientiane Tower, could easily bankrupt someone. How big of a commotion would it be if the protagonists and villains of the 3 books joined forces? Song Nansha didn't dare to calculate. She could only ignore how much she had lost with Yoon Jifeng's sword strike while gritting her teeth and cursing Senior Shi for tricking her. But she dared not stop, because the information that heaven had given her just now made her realize the seriousness of the problem with absolute certainty. Shenbin absolutely must not obtain the natal chart. Leaving aside the consequences if he were to become a new demon in the mortal realm, the destiny plate is the key to unlocking the Tower of Myriad Manifestations. Once the destiny plate falls into his hands, the Tower of Myriad Manifestations, which imprisons him, will become his backyard, open to his will. There's a world of difference between a demon trapped in the Tower of All Things and a demon that descends to earth. Song Nansha gritted his teeth inwardly, cursing under his breath, while summoning Xuanfeng and Li Hua to create clouds, stop the wind, and aid in the battle. To everyone's surprise, Shenbin merely glanced at her, then scoffed and said, "You are still too weak. You are no match for me now." Song Nansher sneered and said, "Is that so? I thought your two avatars had been trying to deal with me all along the way." Shunbi ignored her provocation and suddenly asked, "Do you know what divine position the person surnamed Sure obtained after his ascension?" Song Nansher hasn't even touched the door to ascension. How could she possibly know what divine positions are available after ascension? She could only respond to Shunbi while casually saying, "I am ignorant, but it seems you are quite knowledgeable." Shunbi didn't care about the sarcasm in Song Nansher's words, and he didn't even care about the increasing number of wounds on the body he was using. He calmly said, "The man surnamed Sure ascended to heaven as an agent of the heavenly Tao and became a divine lord in charge of prophecy in the immortal realm. Even if you, Song Nansher, ascended along the original path of that man surnamed Sure, you would find it difficult to reach his achievements. You can only be subordinate to him." To everyone's surprise, Song Nansher was overjoyed upon hearing this. "My boss. That's perfect. After I finish building the myriad manifestations pagoda in the mortal realm and ascend to immortality, I can just ask him for reimbursement. How convenient." Shunbi, who was just trying to persuade him to cooperate with him rather than be subservient to someone else, was speechless. Damn it! Where did this penniless wretch come from? Damn it! The people chosen by that guy surnamed Sure are all poor bastards just like him. Seeing that he didn't speak, Song Nansher said with lingering interest, "If it's convenient for you, give me his workplace in the immortal realm. If I'm not assigned to his unit after I ascend, I'll ask his unit for reimbursement." Shunbi. He gave up on trying to win over the fortune teller, who seemed to be a little mentally unstable, and didn't want to hear any more of her ramblings that were polluting his mind. With a wave of his long sleeves, a continuous stream of black energy suddenly spread out from underground, enveloping Song Nansher and the others layer by layer. At the same time, all the demons in the entire myriad pagoda seemed to have heard some kind of summons, and they rushed towards them, whether willingly or unwillingly. The first to arrive were the demons from the 8th floor, who quickly held off Jiangji and his group. Song Nansher, however, completely lost his way amidst the surrounding black mist. She felt as if every wisp of black energy was corroding her, and she had to concentrate fully to resist its attacks. She quickly found herself in a helpless and isolated situation. Yoon Jifeng was the first to discover Song Nansher's predicament. He immediately forced Shunbi back with a sword strike and was about to go and rescue Song Nansher. But Shunbi, like a persistent carbuncle, quickly clung to him. His malicious eyes swept over him for a moment, then he suddenly said in a cryptic tone, "You are quite suited to cultivating demonic arts." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought Yoon Jifeng would refute him or rebuke him righteously, but to his surprise, Yoon Jifeng just glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, "I know." Shunbi was taken aback for a moment, then immediately became excited. He felt he had seen someone like himself. He immediately exclaimed excitedly, "With your talent, there's no point in cultivating the Tao. Those righteous people are hypocritical and cunning. They'll only use so-called responsibility to bind your talent. But cultivating the demonic path is different. Where there is evil, there is demonic power. As long as evil in this world doesn't perish, then demonic power will not perish. After ascension, I will be a demon god, and you will be the second demon god." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yoon Jifeng with almost fanaticism. But Yoon Jifeng's reaction was quite indifferent. He looked calmly at Shunbi and asked, "So what?" Shunbi was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "What?" Yoon Jifeng, "So what if I say that?" He put 2 fingers together and slowly ran them across the blade of the sword, calmly saying, "What I want is not restraint, and what I don't want, no one can give me." He brought his sword down with tremendous force. The next moment, countless sword lights burst forth from that sword, densely surrounding Shenbin and completely binding him. Yoon Ji-fan strode into the black mist. He didn't even search much, he just calmly reached out. He said, "Song Nansher." The next moment, a warm, slender hand tightly grasped his hand. Then came Song Nansher's voice. She complained vividly, "This Shenbin definitely has some problems. Yoon Ji-fan, did he bully you when I wasn't around?" Yoon Ji-fan's voice immediately softened, and he said gently, "No." Song Nansher coughed as he said, "That's fine then. This black aura is too troublesome." With a single effort, Yoon Ji-fan pulled her out of the black mist. At this point, the entire 9th floor was almost reduced to ruins, and there was hardly any distinction between the 9th and 8th floors. The cultivators remaining on the 8th floor were also fighting off the evil spirits, and chaos reigned all around. Song Nansher frowned as he looked at it. She said, "This won't do. We have to get them out of here first." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiu immediately said, "But sending them out would require opening the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda. If we open the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda now, what if Shenbin manages to get out?" Upon hearing this, Yoon Ji-fan calmly said, "Then I will restrain Shenbin. You all open the Myriad Manifestations Tower first and send these cultivators out." Song Nansher immediately looked at him. "Can you do it?" Yoon Ji-fan simply nodded and said, "Okay." Song Nansher believed him without hesitation. She immediately arranged for Jiang Ji and the others to gather the cultivators who had come in this time. Yoon Ji-fan had already met Shenbin again, who had broken free from the sword shadows, while Song Nansher turned around without hesitation to climb the high platform that had trapped Shenbin's soul. She had a premonition that the exit to the Vientiane Tower was right here. As if he knew what she was about to do, Shenbin immediately shouted, "Stop her." In an instant, thick black mist appeared out of thin air, grabbing Song Nansher's legs. Zhu Mingzi and the other person immediately rushed over to stop her. Song Nansher's body was engulfed in flames, which burned away the black mist completely. At this moment, Zhu Mingzi and the other person rushed forward and grabbed Song Nansher's hands from the left and right. Song Nansher was unable to move. Seeing that they were about to pull Song Nansher down, a dark light flashed in Song Nansher's eyes. He became fierce and 2 Qian hexagrams appeared out of thin air in his hands. Taking advantage of their pulling position, he pressed them directly into their bodies. The Qian hexagram represents life, which can bring the dead back to life for ordinary people, but it may not be the case for someone like Kesha Seed. The 2 men felt a sudden numbness in their bodies, as if the evil thoughts that were driving their actions were burning like fire. They convulsed and fell straight off the platform. Song Nansher did not look back, but continued to climb upwards amidst the sounds of killing behind him and the falling rocks above. She heard Shenbin cursing Zhu Mingzi and the others as useless. He angrily said, "Since you are so useless, then we don't need you." Zhu Mingzi and the others' voices changed, and they immediately said, "Master, give us another chance. Give us another." The next words were lost in a sharp scream. Song Nansher glanced back hastily and saw a scene he would never forget. She saw Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing completely disappear into Shenbin's body. Song Nansher paused for 2 seconds, then turned his head again and continued climbing upwards expressionlessly. She knew what had happened. When the power of the subject is insufficient, and the incarnation can no longer provide value, then the incarnation is worthless. A worthless incarnation will only be absorbed by the original body. It comes from the original body and returns to the original body. Cassia Seed and Ghost Minister have become part of the original body again. Song Nansher didn't know if two people who had lived as independent individuals for so many years were willing to become part of the same entity. All she knew was that Shunbi should absolutely not exist in this world. Absolutely not. She strained with all her might to climb over the last level, then knelt on the platform, picked up the horoscope, and pressed it down without hesitation. The natal chart was perfectly aligned with the groove in the center of the platform. Click! After a crisp sound, a door suddenly appeared in front of Song Nansher. Song Nansher was overjoyed and immediately said, "Come here quickly." However, the demons inside the Tower of All Things were even more ecstatic than she was. Whether they were obstructing Song Nansher or following Shunbi's orders, they all had only one purpose. Go out! Now, the way out is right in front of them. These demons surged toward the platform like madmen. Jiangji and his group had anticipated this, and while blocking the crazed demons, they fought their way through to the high platform. Song Nansher placed one hand on the natal chart, continuously channeling spiritual energy to maintain the appearance of the gate. She had a premonition that the door would disappear as soon as she disconnected her spiritual power. She calmly waited for them to arrive. In her ears, there were sounds of fighting below the platform on one side and the gentle breeze blowing outside the door on the other. Besides, Song Nansher. Song Nansher. Is someone else calling her? She suddenly turned her head to look at the door. The door was gleaming white. She couldn't see what was outside, but she could clearly hear the sounds coming from outside. It was the voice of the Demon Emperor. He shouted, "Song Nansher, can you hear me? Never mind. I'll say it from outside. Listen up." Song Nan nodded subconsciously, then, realizing they couldn't hear him, said again, "Speak." But the people outside still didn't seem to hear them, and just kept saying to themselves, "I don't care what you're doing. Come out right now. Everyone come out. The Alliance leader and I have found a way to reseal the thing on the 9th floor. Come out. We'll just reseal it." Song Nansher's eyes lit up instantly. If Shunbi could be resealed, that would undoubtedly be the way to maximize benefits. As long as we can trap him in the Tower of 10,000 Images. She immediately turned her head and rushed towards. Jiangji and his group were overjoyed and rushed forward with a group of cultivators. The first cultivator stumbled and climbed up, only to be immediately pushed outside by Jiangji, followed by the second and third. Zhu Xiu and the others, protecting the other cultivators, caught up. The cultivators hurriedly and nervously walked out of the door, while Jiangji and the others blocked the demons that wanted to rush over. Song Nansher could not see Yun Jifeng's figure, but the sounds of fighting never stopped below the high platform. Until the last monk also passed through the door. Song Nansher immediately urged Jiangji and the others, saying, "You all go out quickly. We're waiting for Yun Jifeng." Jiangji hesitated, "Then you." Song Nansher, "Yun Jifeng is blocking Shunbi. He can only come up after you all leave. Hurry up. I'll hold the door open and walk with Yun Jifeng." Upon hearing this, Jiangji and the others nodded without hesitation. First came Yu Jiujio, then Zhu Xiu. Jiangji was the last to walk towards the door. Before leaving, he turned back and instructed, "Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside." Song Nansher said, "Okay." So Jiangji also went out. In the blink of an eye, the vast myriad pagoda was now only inhabited by demons, along with Song Nansher and Yun Jifeng. Song Nansher immediately raised his voice. Yoon Jifeng, come up here. Yoon Jifeng remained below the high platform, awaiting Song Nansher's command. Upon hearing Song Nansher's voice, he did not linger in the fight. He unleashed a sword shadow to trap Shenbin, then flew towards the high platform with his sword. At that moment, Shenbin suddenly burst into laughter. The body he was using was already dilapidated, but he did not dodge the sword shadows. He suddenly said, in that case, you can stay and keep me company. A thin thread suddenly appeared in his hand. One end of that thin thread was connected to Yoon Jifeng. His broken body suddenly lost its life and collapsed to the ground, and at the same time, a voice appeared in Yoon Jifeng's mind. Actually, you are the container I like best. The clouds stopped and the wind paused. He said expressionlessly, you're in my sea of consciousness. Shenbin laughed loudly and said, haven't you been wondering why the demons were following you so closely when the Buddha and the others weren't with you on the first level? Because you are also affected by my divine consciousness. Yoon Jifeng was silent for a moment, then said, I don't remember getting close to the myriad manifestations tower, nor do I remember having my consciousness invaded when I was weak. His gaze sharpened as he asked, how did you manage to access my sea of consciousness? Within his mind, Shenbin laughed with delight. He said, you have never been affected by my divine consciousness in this life, but what about your past life? Yoon Jifeng, do you believe that you had a completely different past life? Yoon Jifeng was taken aback. Shenbin's malicious voice rang out, I didn't believe it at first, until I discovered that I had never invaded your sea of consciousness. Yet when you entered the tower of myriad manifestations, you had this thin thread in your hand. I think that in my past life, you must have been my puppet long ago, and I must have succeeded long ago. But someone didn't want this to happen, so they reversed time, and this thin thread left in your sea of consciousness is the proof. Was there a Song Nansher in your past life? Yoon Jifeng suddenly interrupted him. Shenbin was taken aback and subconsciously said, if there is a past life, then there must be no Song Nansher. In my divination, she has always been a variable. Yoon Jifeng suddenly laughed. He said calmly, I understand. Shenbin squinted, understand? Yoon Jifeng said calmly, if there were a past life, and I became your puppet, you would not have succeeded. Because without Song Nansher's world, even if I perish together with you, I will not be controlled by anyone. At this moment, Song Nansher, having not heard Yoon Jifeng's voice for a long time, became somewhat uneasy and urged, Yoon Jifeng, are you there? There was no echo. The demon emperor outside the door urged, Song Nansher, come out quickly. Song Nansher did not answer, but called out again, Yoon Jifeng, speak. Her voice echoed in circles. This time, finally, there was a response. Song Nansher. Yoon Jifeng's calm voice rang out. Song Nansher was overjoyed and hurriedly urged, Yoon Jifeng, come up quickly. Yoon Jifeng chuckled softly and said gently, Song Nansher, you can go out first. Song Nansher, unaware of the problem, immediately said, come on up. Come on up so we can get out together. This door really drains my spiritual energy. No. Yoon Jifeng interrupted her, saying, what I mean is, you should get out. Song Nansher paused, finally realizing that something was wrong. She shouted sternly, Yoon Jifeng, what's wrong with you? Outside the door, Jiangji and the others were also asking, Song Nansher, what's wrong? Song Nansher did not answer, but just looked at her. After a while, Yoon Jifeng's voice rang out. He said calmly, I can't go out for the time being, but that's okay. You go out first, and I'll wait for you to pick me up. His voice was eerily calm. Song Nansure fell silent. After a moment, she calmly asked, You can't get out now, right? Yoon Ji-fan said softly, Okay, but it's alright. You can come pick me up again in a while. Now, go out. Song Nansure immediately said, Okay. Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but laugh. However, the next moment, Song Nansure directly released his hand that was channeling spiritual energy into him. The door flickered twice and then slowly disappeared. The terrified sounds outside the door also disappeared at the same time. Song Nansure. Yoon Ji-fan. What's wrong with you two? The door has disappeared. Oh no. They haven't come out. Seal. Who dares to seal me now? Song Nansure ignored her completely. She didn't even glance at the vanished door, picked up the horoscope, and walked straight to the edge of the platform. In the suddenly quiet space, she said, Yoon Ji-fan, I've come to pick you up. Yoon Ji-fan. Yoon Ji-fan. Yoon Ji-fan. Layers of black mist rose from beneath Song Nanshure's feet, coiling around her ankles like venomous snakes. Song Nansure ignored him, only clearly calling out the same name again and again. No one responded. No one was waiting for her. No one reached out to him the moment she called his name, to let her know he was there. The name she called out seemed to have vanished from the world. There wasn't even a sound of wind in the air. Only deathly silence remained. Song Nansure had a fleeting feeling that she had been abandoned, but she knew that Yoon Ji-fan would never abandon her. As long as he could still speak, he would respond to her immediately. So, what exactly happened without her knowledge that made Yoon Ji-fan suddenly decide to stay, and even fail to give her a response? Song Nansure suddenly stopped his somewhat anxious steps, closed his eyes, stood still, and took a deep breath. It's okay, she thought. Anyway, she had already promised him, so she was going to take him home today. If not today, then tomorrow. If tomorrow doesn't work, then the day after. In this tower of all things, which has suddenly become a dead zone, she has plenty of time. She will find him someday and bring him back. Just like before. All the times before, it was always him who turned around to find her, but now it's just that it's her turn to find him. Song Nansure lifted his foot and strode forward. At one point, she stepped on something. Song Nansure paused, then looked down. It is a body, the body that Shenbin used. Song Nansure squatted down and reached out to touch the body. It was already beyond saving. But Song Nansure did not realize that Shenbin was already dead. If Shenbin is not dead, then his body is here, but where has his soul and consciousness gone? At that time, Yoon Ji-fan was the only one with him. The answer seems obvious. Suddenly, Song Nansure picked up the divination chart and cast a hexagram on Shenbin's body. She murmured, following the cause and effect. A flash of white light suddenly appeared on that body, and a series of clear scenes receded in Song Nanshure's eyes. This is what she sought to know about the past of this body. When Song Nansure consulted divination, whether it was to predict the past or the future, she rarely consulted such clear hexagrams that were almost like a reenactment of a scene. She always divined fragments of information and then filled in the gaps according to her own abilities. Because divination, which involves stealing fragments of information from the heavens, is too clear about the past and future, she felt it was against the natural order. This was the first time she had voluntarily broken her own taboo. Before my eyes, the past of this body recedes frame by frame like the tide, finally stopping at the moment when Shenbin and Yoon Jifeng confront each other. Song Nanshe saw the thin thread that Shenbin was holding, which connected him to Yoon Jifeng. At the same time, Shenbin's voice also rang out. Do you believe you had a completely different past life? Song Nanshe's gaze suddenly sharpened. In a past life. She suddenly remembered her reborn senior sister, Zhu Xiu. Song Nanshe always avoided thinking about her senior sister's rebirth, because the matter made her feel terrified when she thought about it. For example, if the senior sister is reborn, is the Song Nanshe she saw in her previous life her or the canon father passerby in the original work? If it were her, how could she have allowed Yoon Jifeng to become the cloud demon? If it wasn't her, where was she? She rarely thought about the fact that she had transmigrated into a book, because it made her feel that the world she lived in seemed unreal. But at this moment, she could hardly stop thinking about what Shenbin meant by those words. In a past life. Song Nanshe suddenly felt a little anxious about things getting out of his control and anxious about his powerlessness. She wanted to know anything at all, such as where Yoon Jifeng was now, or the past life that Shenbin had mentioned. So, what can she do? After a moment of silence, Song Nanshe suddenly retrieved her long-forgotten golden finger from her mind, her dispensable charlatan system. Since obtaining the destiny chart, she has been consciously ignoring it and reducing her reliance on the charlatan system. Because she realized how absurd it was that something that could determine the holder's fortune existed under the laws of nature. It is possible that it did not happen by chance. Its appearance is also very likely related to Song Nanshe's appearance in this world. So, who gave her this thing and brought her into this world? Song Nanshe suddenly reached out and touched his temple. She began, Senior Shi. The moment she spoke, her voice pierced the barrier between the mortal and immortal realms, reaching the ears of Senior Stone, who was picking his toes in the immortal realm. She was completely unaware that she was using the authority of the Heavenly Dao's agent to communicate with the previous agent through the Heavenly Dao. She didn't realize it, but Senior Stone, who was picking his toes in the immortal realm, was so shocked that he almost overturned the teacup in front of him. He exclaimed in shock, that little girl can already do this. Isn't she only at the golden core stage? Song Nanshe overheard this and asked sharply, to what extent? Senior Shi immediately shut his mouth. After a long while, a cautious voice echoed in Song Nanshe's mind. Can you hear me? Song Nanshe, I heard you very clearly. You are Senior Shi, right? The voice in Song Nanshe's mind was shocked again. You actually heard that. But aren't you only at the golden core stage? Song Nanshe was even more confused. So what if I'm in the golden core stage? Isn't this so-called charlatan system something you left me? What's wrong with me using it to contact you? She had no idea what it meant that a golden core cultivator like herself could communicate so freely with the immortal realm. Such talent. The celestial elder, Shi, remained silent for a moment, cautiously shutting his mouth. After a long while, he finally exuded the aura of an ascended immortal and asked in a low voice, What do you want with me? Song Nanshe didn't have time for pleasantries and went straight to the point. Is this system you're doing? Was my appearance in this world you're doing? Senior Shi remained silent for a moment. He hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. He thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, What do you think is the meaning of your existence in this world? Significance. Song Nanshe wanted to say that her coming into this world was his doing, but after a pause, he only said, The meaning of this world to me is them. Upon hearing this, Senior Shi smiled. Then he said, Do you know what they were like before you came into this world? This time, before Song Nanshe could answer, a scene that was both strange and familiar suddenly appeared in her mind. She saw Yoon Ji-fin, who was lying outside Xianyang town, covered in wounds, at the foot of the Wuyangset mountain. This is where it all began. It was the beginning of her meeting Yoon Ji-fin. However, things did not develop as she had imagined. She saw a strange expression on Yoon Ji-fin's familiar face. He hadn't gone into Xianyang town, nor had he set up a stall at the market to sell his furs, and then he ran into her. What he encountered was cassia seed. With an unsettling smile on her face, Ju Mingzi slowly walked up to Yoon Ji-fin. Her gaze, like a snake, scrutinized the immobile man for a long while before she suddenly said, "This is indeed an excellent body, an excellent vessel." Unable to move, Yoon Ji-fin asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" "I am the one who can save you, but you will have to pay a price." A ruthless glint appeared on Yoon Ji-fin's face, as if he were determined to burn his bridges. Song Nanshe felt a sudden panic and immediately shouted, "Yoon Ji-fin! Don't believe him. He's not a good person. Hurry into town. I'll wait for you there." But Yoon Ji-fin said, "Okay." He had no other choice. Song Nanshe was stunned for a moment. She watched helplessly as the cassia seed took him away, her hands and feet going numb. However, the phrase Song Nanshe never appeared from beginning to end. After a long pause, Song Nanshe suddenly asked, "If it weren't for me, would Yoon Ji-fin have met such a fate?" Senior Sure added, "This is what he experienced in his previous life." Song Nanshe rubbed his numb hands and suddenly said, "Continue." Senior Sure was somewhat surprised. "You want to continue watching?" Song Nanshe, "Continue." Senior Sure was silent for a moment, then said, "All right." The next moment, the scene before Song Nanshe's eyes changed. She saw a pale-faced Yoon Ji-fin standing on the back mountain of Wuyangset, looking expressionlessly at Jiangji practicing swordsmanship below. He asked, "You want me to kill him?" At the same time, another voice came from his body. "Now that you have become a demon, I don't believe you can't see that such a powerful child of destiny is a great tonic for both of us. Yoon Ji-fin, you are unwilling to use the shadow ghost. I have already made a concession by allowing you to kill him with your own hands to obtain his destiny. You had better not try any more tricks. Your body now is more than just your own body." Yoon Ji-fin remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Okay." Watching from the side, Song Nanshe suddenly understood where Yumo's inexplicable targeting of Long Aotian came from in the original work. "I see." She couldn't help but ask, "Senior brothers and sisters are all people with strong fortune, so Shenbi put the shadow ghost on senior sister, right?" Senior Sure replied in a deep voice, "Qi Xuan was chased and killed for no reason because Shenbi wanted to take his fortune. Your senior sister died in a sudden attack by an evil cultivator in her previous life, which was also his doing." Song Nanshe, the cloud stopped the wind. Senior Sure, when Yoon Ji-fin was weak, he eroded his sea of consciousness. He originally wanted to take over Yoon Ji-fin's body, but who knew that Yoon Ji-fin would become a demon at the critical moment? Instead, he was trapped inside Yoon Ji-fin's body, and neither of them could do anything to the other. After a moment of silence, Song Nanshe suddenly said, "Yoon Ji-fin will not allow himself to be controlled by others." Senior Sure nodded, "Yes, he won't allow it." He suddenly waved his sleeve, and the scene before Song Nanshe changed once again. She saw Yoon Ji-fin and Jiangji, who had matured considerably, fighting fiercely under the lightning tribulation. Shenbi's voice continued incessantly, "Kill him. Take his fortune. Then I can leave your body. You don't want to share a body with me, do you? Then kill him." Yoon Ji-fin's voice was deep and resonant, What I do is none of your business. Shenbin, you. He paused, then swallowed his anger and said, You'd better do as I say. It'll be better for both of us. Yung Jifeng suddenly smiled. He said calmly, I think I should have said that I am never threatened by anyone. Shenbin was startled. What are you going to do? Yung Jifeng's face showed a faint weariness. He said calmly, It's time to end this. The next moment, under Jiangji's sword light, Yung Jifeng suddenly gave up resisting and let the blade pierce into his body. Jiangji's face was full of astonishment, and Song Nanshi's face was also full of astonishment. Shenbin's scream rang out, What are you doing? Yung Jifeng! What are you doing? Yung Jifeng said calmly, I have said before that I am never threatened by anyone. Therefore, he chose to die rather than surrender. There was nothing left in this world that he would cherish. So death is just another option. In his astonishment, the scene before Song Nanshi's eyes gradually dimmed and finally froze. Senior Shi's voice rang out. This is their fate in their past life. Song Nanshi opened his mouth, but it took him a long time to find his voice. She asked, Yung Jifeng, is he dead? Senior Shi sighed and said, I was young and ignorant, and I misused the Qian hexagram, which eventually led to many consequences. I bear some responsibility for his death in his previous life. He paused, then said, he could live, but he doesn't want to. So he died along with Shenbin. Song Nanshi took a deep breath and asked, So, I've come. Senior Shi said in a deep voice, Because of Shenbin, the cultivation world has paid too high a price. I condensed a part of my spiritual power and divine essence together to create this so-called system, and it brought you back. You are that ray of hope. It sent Song Nanshi to the Wuyang sect, to Jiangji and the others, because they were among the luckiest people in the world, the so-called protagonists that Song Nanshi saw in his previous life. With this glimmer of hope, Senior Shi directly borrowed his senior sister's destiny of rebirth and reversed time. So, let's start over. In this world of the Southern Song dynasty, Senior Shi said, Song Nanshi, this time, they can have a better ending. Song Nanshi, I'm going to find Yung Jifeng. Senior Shi was taken aback. What? Song Nanshi said directly, I said I'm going to find Yung Jifeng. Senior Shi was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, Go. He waved his hand, and a clear path suddenly appeared in front of Song Nanshi. Song Nanshi embarked on this path without hesitation. She smiled, then suddenly turned around and said, Senior, since you've used me, I hope you'll be prepared to reimburse me for the cost of repairing the myriad manifestations tower after I ascend to immortality. Senior Stone from the immortal realm stumbled and was about to burst out laughing and cursing. However, at that moment, a star suddenly shone brightly on his horoscope. This signifies the emergence of a new divine position in the celestial realm. At the very moment Song Nanshi spoke of ascending to immortality. Meanwhile, outside the Vientiane Tower, Jiangji threw himself against the door, pounding on it fiercely. He shouted sternly, Song Nanshi, Yung Jifeng, come out! Zhu Xiu stood in front of Jiangji with her sword, and Yu Jiujiu gritted her teeth and tried to push the door open. But this time, she realized for the first time how weak she was. The Demon Emperor and his companions watched coldly, then suddenly said, Let's seal the myriad manifestations tower. Zhu Xiu was startled and immediately said, Junior sister and the others are still inside. The Demon Emperor remained calm and said, I know. Zhu Xiu gritted her teeth. Are you going to discard me after I've served my purpose? The Demon Emperor took a deep breath. I don't want this, but I need to make sure the people outside can survive first. If we don't seal it, do you think we can deal with what's inside once it comes out? Do you think Song Nansha and the others can still get out? Jiangji suddenly stood up and swung his sword backward. He said, I can get out. The demon emperor was taken aback. What? Jiangji said, word by word, I said, they can get out, so before they do, let's see who dares to touch the myriad manifestations pagoda. He stood alone in front of the pagoda of all things. No, it wasn't a solo effort. Yu Xiu and Yu Jiujiu stood in front of him. Then the prince transformed into human form and stood in front of them. Then came the people from the Boundless sect, and the people they rescued from the myriad manifestations pagoda. Looking at the people blocking his way, the demon emperor almost laughed in anger. He said, Am I now the villain? The crown prince stepped forward directly, his face expressionless, and said, Your Majesty, please show mercy. The demon emperor burst out laughing in anger. He threw down his sword and turned to leave. The alliance leader couldn't help but ask, What is this? The demon emperor said expressionlessly, I'll go think about what's inside. Once it comes out, we should decide how to fight it. Song Nansha was completely unaware of what was happening outside. She strode forward along the road. She didn't know how long she had walked, but at the end of the road, she suddenly saw Yung Jifeng standing with his sword in hand. Without hesitation, she walked over and called out, Yung Jifeng. Yung Jifeng paused, raised his head, and his face showed a completely unfamiliar expression. He said, This lord. Song Nansha stepped forward and slapped him on the head. She yelled, What do you mean, I? Open your eyes and see who I am. Yung Jifeng was taken aback, his eyes gradually clearing. Then he murmured, Song Nansha. Song Nansha laughed until tears streamed down his face, nodding emphatically, Yes. Yung Jifeng was trapped in his own sea of consciousness, trapped in the memories of Yung Mo. He saw a life completely different from the one described by Shenmi. Or rather, it is the life of Cloud Demon. But what difference is there between Yunmo and myself in this life and the past? So much so that he suddenly had a profound illusion that he was the Cloud Demon in his previous life, and the Cloud Demon in his previous life was also him. That was a life completely devoid of luck, a life without Song Nansha. What would his life have been like without Song Nansha? He didn't even have the courage to consider this hypothetical scenario, let alone experience it firsthand. But now, he clearly sees what life would be like without Song Nansha. That was the painful life of Cloud Demon. He saw the Cloud Demon's pain, but suddenly he felt that he himself seemed to be in more pain than the Cloud Demon. Because Yunmo never possessed it from beginning to end, while he did, he knew how he should have lived and how he could have lived. He knew that when Song Nansha was by his side, even the stars seemed incredibly bright. He had it, he knew it, and that's why he was in even more pain. The long and profound pain almost melted Yung Jifeng, melting him into the image of the Cloud Demon in his memory. He drifted in and out of boundless memories, almost unable to distinguish between Yung Jifeng and Yung Mo, and which one was truly himself. He heard someone calling him. The Cloud Demon looked up, this one. Then a slap landed mercilessly on his head. Yung Jifeng! Yung Jifeng! Yung Jifeng was stunned by Song Nansha's powerful attack, but it also brought him back to his senses. His mind was still trapped in the identity of Cloud Demon, and he exuded an extremely dangerous aura that could make any rational cultivator instinctively stay away. Until Song Nansha's big coercion hit him hard. At that moment, Yunmo was stunned, and so was Yoon Ji-fan. Yoon Mo's mind told him that his authority could not be violated by anyone, and he should now retaliate and teach this audacious woman a lesson. But Yoon Ji-fan's survival instinct suddenly kicked in, and he forcefully suppressed the dangerous thoughts that filled Yoon Mo's head. He paused, then almost cautiously asked, "Song Nansher?" The person in front of him laughed until tears streamed down their face, but their features gradually became clearer in his eyes, becoming the most familiar face to him. She said, "Yes." Yoon Ji-fan paused, then almost subconsciously murmured, "This seat." Then he saw the person in front of him suddenly become fierce and menacing, staring at him with a predatory look. A sudden alarm bell rang in Yoon Ji-fan's mind, and he almost immediately changed his words, saying, "What I meant was me. I meant me." Song Nansher's expression gradually softened. She even said earnestly, "No respectable person would refer to themselves as this one." Yoon, who was a cloud demon in his past life and calls himself this seed, Ji-fan. "You're right," he said without changing his expression. Song Nansher's expression turned satisfied. Seonbi, who was waiting in Yoon Ji-fan's sea of consciousness for his lost consciousness, was speechless. "You were so engrossed in your past life that you didn't even realize it, but then Song Nansher came over and gave you a huge beating, and then you said you were awake. Are you out of your mind? What kind of love-struck person is this?" He couldn't help but curse in Yoon Ji-fan's mind. "You were just woken up by a slap? Can't you have any backbone?" Yoon Ji-fan glanced at him and scoffed. He began to understand why this man still didn't have a wife. Seonbi, who's single to death. Is having a wife something to brag about? Pa! He doesn't care. He doesn't care to hear that. He was cursing and swearing in Yoon Ji-fan's sea of consciousness when Song Nansher looked over immediately. She asked astutely, "Is Seonbi still in your sea of consciousness?" Yoon Ji-fan paused for a moment, then said, "Yes." After a moment of silence, the scene of him and Seonbi dying together in his previous life resurfaced in Song Nansher's mind. She asked directly, "You let me leave first because Seonbi has entered your consciousness." Yoon Ji-fan felt inexplicably guilty. "It's like this. I'm preparing to." Before he could finish speaking, Song Nansher slapped him on the head again. Yoon Ji-fan, who hadn't said anything yet. Song Nansher asked fiercely, "Do you know you're wrong?" Yoon Ji-fan paused, then said guiltily, "I was wrong." Shen Bin, who was in his sea of consciousness, was already exasperated with his son's lack of ambition and couldn't help but tempt him, saying, "You are Yoon Mo. What can a mere golden core cultivator like her do to you? You admit your mistake so easily." Seeing that he was adding fuel to the fire, Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but say, "Shut up." Then Song Nansher, who was standing in front of him, suddenly widened his eyes. Seeing this, Yoon Ji-fan quickly tried to salvage the situation. "I meant Seonbi." Song Nansher ignored him, went straight up and grabbed his collar, stood on tiptoe and stared directly at him. Yoon Ji-fan almost subconsciously bent down to make her movements less strenuous. Song Nansher looked into his eyes and calmly asked, "So what were you planning to do at first? Like in my past life, figure out a way on your own, and then perish together with Seonbi?" Yoon Ji-fan paused, his voice involuntarily lowering. You know?" Song Nansher laughed out loud and asked, "Yoon Ji-fan, do you know why I exist in this world?" Yoon Ji-fan, you. Before he could finish speaking, Song Nansher stepped forward and hugged him, whispering in his ear, "You may not know, but I came here for you." Yoon Ji-fan was silent for a moment, then raised his hand to hug her back and said softly, "No, you are wrong, Song Nansher. I did this all over again for you." Song Nansher chuckled softly. Then she suddenly asked, Yoon Ji-fin, do you believe me? Yoon Ji-fin answered without hesitation, I believe you. Song Nansho remained still while embracing him, but said calmly, then don't move. No matter what happens next, you have to trust me, okay? Yoon Ji-fin replied without hesitation, okay. Song Nansho nodded and gently placed his hand on the back of Song Nansho's head. Then, without hesitation, she immersed her consciousness into Yoon Ji-fin's sea of consciousness. This is a very dangerous thing, extremely dangerous. She entered the consciousness of others, especially the consciousness of someone like Yoon Ji-fin, whose cultivation was far superior to hers. She essentially opened herself completely to Yoon Ji-fin, who could destroy her consciousness at any time without hesitation. And this has nothing to do with trust. When something unfamiliar invades one's consciousness, it is almost an irresistible instinct to fight back, just like tears are secreted when a foreign object gets into the eye. The only difference is that this instinct is fatal to both sides. When Song Nansho used the Qian hexagram to expel the divine consciousness from the Buddhist disciple's sea of consciousness, she didn't even go deep into it. Instead, she only erased the hint of divine consciousness that Shunbin had left on the outside. Even so, she didn't dare to stay any longer. This time, she's going to delve deep into her sea of consciousness. Song Nansho took a deep breath and completely immersed himself in it. Shunbin realized what she was going to do, but he didn't take it seriously at first. Because he didn't think Song Nansho could succeed. He doesn't believe that human instincts can be controlled. He seized the control of Yoon Ji-fin's consciousness when Yoon Ji-fin was extremely weak in his previous life. Even after Yoon Ji-fin became a demon, or even a demon god, he never removed Yoon Ji-fin's consciousness from his sea of consciousness. This is different from the Buddhist disciples. He only used a wisp of divine sense to influence them, but for Yoon Ji-fin, he directly merged his sea of consciousness with the other party. Otherwise, Yoon Ji-fin in his previous life would not have chosen to get rid of him by means of mutual destruction. His life and death were tied to Yoon Ji-fin's. So this life will be the same. That old scoundrel surnamed Shou reversed time, but even if he became a god, he could only use the special destiny of that girl named Zhu Xiu to go back to the past to reverse time to a certain extent. However, he was powerless to help Yoon Ji-fin, who was already close to ascension before he died. For example, he cannot change Yoon Ji-fin's sea of consciousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to preserve the passage to Yoon Ji-fin's sea of consciousness in this lifetime. But even in this life, if he wants to re-enter Yoon Ji-fin's sea of consciousness, he must instill the memories of Yoon Mo from his previous life into him and hold back his consciousness so that he can take advantage of the situation. He used the opportunity left over from his previous life to hide in Yoon Ji-fin's sea of consciousness. What does Song Nansho have? If she were reckless, she would only be instinctively crushed to pieces the moment she entered Yoon Ji-fin's sea of consciousness, a man whose cultivation was far superior to hers. etc. Shen Bin, within his sea of consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes wide. What did he see? He saw that Song Nansho's consciousness was safe and sound, and entered Yoon Ji-fin's sea of consciousness. There was no attack, nor was it crushed to pieces. The sea of consciousness he had painstakingly entered was now like a docile lamb, lowering its head and letting Song Nansho stroke it. Not the wolf that he saw tearing him apart. Shun Bin suddenly sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted, Yoon Ji-fin, what are you doing? You're so trusting of others, aren't you afraid she might do something to you? You trust her that much? He couldn't understand this kind of trust. To him, it was more terrifying than entrusting his life to someone else. Song Nansho also heard the sound, and she stopped. Yoon Ji-fan remained calm and said, "Continue." Song Nansure took a deep breath and, in the unfamiliar sea of consciousness, suddenly looked in the direction of Seonbin. She said, "Yoon Ji-fan, trust me." Just those 2 words. The next moment, the incantation of the Qian hexagram resounded, and a pair of invisible hands suddenly grabbed Seonbin's consciousness and forcibly pulled him out. Seonbin immediately began to struggle violently. He merged his own sea of consciousness with Yoon Ji-fan's sea of consciousness into one. This struggle was almost equivalent to making Yoon Ji-fan's consciousness feel that his own sea of consciousness was being attacked and struggling. Cold sweat dripped from Yoon Ji-fan's forehead, but he remained calm and suppressed his frantic attack instincts, not moving an inch. Song Nan was completely focused, and at a certain moment, those 2 large hands forcibly stripped the unfamiliar divine consciousness from Yoon Ji-fan's sea of consciousness. She reacted swiftly. Almost the instant Seonbin's consciousness was stripped away, she quickly threw his consciousness out of his sea of consciousness, and then swiftly withdrew from Yoon Ji-fan's sea of consciousness herself. The 2 opened their eyes almost simultaneously, coldly staring in the direction of the divine sense. The divine sense expanded in the void, condensing into the shape of Seonbin, growing larger and smaller in a fit of rage. "Yoon Ji-fan." His voice was filled with intense malice. "Become a god. Become a demon. Hold the power of evil in the world with me. Aren't you even a little bit tempted?" The malice in his voice coalesced into black demonic energy, which continuously coiled around him. He abandoned his physical body. Due to the effects of the demonic pill, he had become almost entirely an embodiment of demonic energy, his breath filled with dense demonic energy. The demonic energy quickly coiled around Song Nansure, but this time, she looked at the black energy on her body and did not move. Suddenly, a realization dawned on her mind. The next moment, Seonbin saw Song Nansure slowly lift the fate plate with one hand and make a sword finger with the other. Her pupils suddenly turned gold, but no one noticed for a moment. Her voice was slow, but extremely clear. "Seonbin," she said, "slaughtering the innocent, condoning evil, and disrupting the natural order are unforgivable crimes. According to the law." She paused, then looked up at Seonbin. At that moment, her voice carried an almost unassailable authority. She said, "He should be executed. According to the law, he should be executed." A golden light flashed in her eyes, and the next moment, a dark purple lightning bolt struck down. Amidst the deafening thunder, everyone heard a voice. "Punishment is permitted." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive lightning tribulation swept across the sky and suddenly surged into the small myriad manifestations tower. The mocking smile that had just appeared on Seonbin's face when he first heard Song Nan's nonsensical voice hadn't even faded before his entire face twisted in pain. "Impossible!" His voice was filled with terror and anger. "It's divine punishment. Song Nansure, what have you done?" Song Nansure did not answer. Her expression still carried a hint of daze. But at the same time, the warning from heaven had already spread throughout the cultivation world and the immortal realm. A new god has descended upon the world. A god who has not yet ascended to heaven and belongs to the human world. Even the most knowledgeable people in the cultivation world had never seen such a scene before, and it caused quite a stir. But everyone in the celestial realm was speculating about what kind of god this new god was. If it were just an ordinary god, it wouldn't be a problem, but the judgment just now, and the punishment from heaven. In an instant, everyone flocked to the residence of Senior Shur, who controlled the astrolabe. Senior Shur looked at the astrolabe and forcefully plucked out 2 hairs from his beard. He read it once, and then read it again. Then he murmured, "This deity governs judgment, punishment, and penalization. This is the god of law enforcement." He was completely baffled. Why is he the god of law enforcement? Given Song Nanshi's fate, he should at least be a god of poverty. Did heaven give her special treatment? Song Nanshi had no idea that people were already questioning whether she had used the back door of the heavenly Tao, and she didn't even know what kind of divine position she had obtained. She stared intently at Shenbin, who was being punished by lightning. Shenbin still couldn't accept reality. He murmured, "Divine punishment, divine punishment. Song Nanshi, what have you done?" Song Nanshi blinked and hesitated. "After I ascend, perhaps I won't have to be Senior Shi's subordinate anymore." Shenbin's figure twisted wildly amidst the lightning punishment, being scattered and reassembled time and time again. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. "No, I won't die. There must be evil in this world. Where there is evil, there will be demons. As long as the demonic energy is extinguished, I will not die." Song Nanshi. "So what if it's divine punishment? I won't die. Ha 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 ha. What if someone takes your place?" Yoon Jifeng suddenly spoke. Song Nanshi was taken aback upon hearing this and subconsciously looked over. She watched as the demonic energy gradually peeled away from Shenbin and Zhou, silently merging into Yoon Jifeng's body. Song Nanshi subconsciously said, "Yoon Jifeng." Yoon Jifeng turned his head and smiled at her. He said calmly, "If there must be demons in this world, then I am the demon god." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic energy in the sky suddenly began to swirl wildly, surging into Yoon Jifeng's body all at once. Shenbin's voice was filled with panic. "Stop! Stop! You can't!" Yoon Jifeng slowly clenched his fist and said, word by word, "No, no one is better than me." He planted his long sword in the ground and calmly said, "Yoon Jifeng is here. He has become a demon." After a while, the voice of heaven resounded. "Allah." So, before the crowd of onlookers had even dispersed from Senior Shi's residence in the immortal realm, another star lit up on the star chart. Demon Star. The demon god descends upon the world. The entire immortal realm was in an uproar. Demon god. In the 3,000 minor worlds, not a single demon god has appeared to this day. Some people couldn't help but say, first it was the god of law enforcement, then the demon god, and both of them had their divine positions reserved before they even ascended. Did these two people use connections in the heavenly Tao? Whether they used connections or not is unknown to others. But the immortal realm is about to undergo a major change. Meanwhile, the two newly emerged instigators were looking at each other and laughing. Yoon Jifeng picked up his sword, and with a wave of his hand, a dense yet utterly malevolent pure demonic aura emanated from it. Song Nanshi picked up the destiny plate, and the lightning punishment condensed into the purest spiritual energy. The spiritual and demonic energies intertwined and, amidst Shenbin's incredulous screams, slashed towards his body. The next moment, his entire body shattered, and the lingering scream, along with a wisp of black smoke, dissipated into the air. Song Nanshi and Yoon Jifeng exchanged a glance. Then the two of them burst into laughter almost simultaneously, laughing until they were exhausted and collapsed to the ground, panting as they watched the fine rain falling from the sky. Yoon Jifeng said, "You have become the god of law enforcement." Song Nanshi, "You are a demon god too." Yoon Jifeng, "Then from now on." Song Nanshi, "Please give me your guidance." The two of them burst out laughing again. After the laughter subsided, Jiangji and the others couldn't contain themselves and rushed into the Wanxiang Tower to rescue the person. Then, as soon as they came in, they saw two idiots lying on the ground, laughing at each other. Jiangji was terrified. It's all over. Junior sister and Yun Jifeng are dumbfounded. Zhu Xiu quickly stepped forward. Let me see. Let me see. Song Nanshe didn't want to pay attention to them, so he just kept laughing. Zhu Xiu grew anxious, and then, in a fit of anger, said, Junior sister, you can't be stupid. Think about the losses to the myriad manifestations pagoda. You'll have to pay for all of this. Song Nanshe's laughter stopped abruptly. That's it. She can't laugh anymore. She couldn't help but salvage the situation, saying, Senior sister, I've become a god. I now hold a divine position in the immortal realm. As Zhu Xiu struggled to move her, she casually remarked, What god? What is your divine role? A god of poverty? Or a god of bad luck? Song Nanshe. She and Yun Jifeng were carried out of the ruins with expressionless faces. Countless people were waiting outside, and upon seeing this, they cheered together. They're out! They're out! That's great! Amid the cheers, Song Nanshe couldn't help but grab Yun Jifeng's hand. She said, What I feared most has come to pass. Yun Jifeng couldn't help but ask, What? Song Nanshe said with a somber expression, In the end, I still became a highly respected but poor wretch. Extra E. Song Nanshe and Yun Jifeng, one with his head wrapped up and the other with his arm in a sling, lay staring at each other in the hospital room provided by the demon clan. When the old man heard the news and rushed over, this was the scene he saw. His face paled in shock, and he asked Jiangji, who had led him in a distorted voice, Weren't you saying these two were all right? What happened? Jiangji hesitated for a moment, then said, how should I put it? The old man's voice trembled with anxiety. Of course, we should say it the way we should say it. Then he immediately went to Song Nanshe's bedside. His usually eccentric face was surprisingly kind, which made Song Nanshe both horrified and flattered. The old man asked gently and with concern, Are you all right? As he spoke, he gently touched her head, looking very worried. Song Nanshe was somewhat flattered and said, It's nothing. Before she could finish speaking, Jiangji said very sincerely, Elder, there's no need to worry. She wasn't injured while fighting Shenbin. She was hit by a spirit stone. Old Master Shi. Song Nanshe. The old man's expression was unusually blank as he repeated, hit by spirit stones. Song Nanshe immediately gave Jiangji a meaningful look. Unfortunately, the bandage on her head obscured the transmission of her gaze, so Jiangji didn't see it. He then explained in detail, Yes, junior sister was fine when she came out, but when she was carried out of the myriad manifestations tower, the onlookers, seeing that they were safe and sound, became overly excited and enthusiastic, so they threw flowers and handkerchiefs at them, and then. The old man repeated, and then. Jiangji paused, then said sincerely, Then a cultivator, hearing that they were short of money, very honestly threw a bundle of spirit stones among a pile of flowers and handkerchiefs. It hit Song Nanshe squarely on the head. At the time, Song Nanshe was still angrily cursing whoever hit her, but when she looked down, she saw a bundle of spirit stones. She laughed and fainted on the spot. After listening, the old man was speechless. His careful hand suddenly filled with power, and he slapped Song Nanshe's bandaged head. When he hit his face, he was afraid of really making him stupid, so he barely restrained his strength, but it still made Song Nanshe see stars. He angrily retorted, Look at how pathetic you are. He became a god, fought the main villain without suffering any injuries, and was knocked unconscious by a bundle of spirit stones when he came out. Even the old master was embarrassed to tell others that he had taught this goofball. Song Nansure stood to the side, clutching his head and groaning. Yoon Ji-fan couldn't bear to watch and couldn't help but speak up for Song Nansure, saying, "Senior, please calm down." Nansure didn't want to be hit either. Song Nansure immediately raised his hand and said, "No. I want to be hit by spirit stones. The more the better." Yoon Ji-fan, whose plans were thwarted by his beloved, he pretended not to hear under the old master's expressionless gaze and said firmly, "She made a mistake without thinking. Senior, you don't need to be too harsh on her." The old man couldn't help but marvel at his ability to lie through his teeth. He glanced at him and asked, "Then what happened to you? Were you also hit by spirit stones?" Yoon Ji-fan paused for a moment, then said, "I am not." Jeong-ji added from the side, "Brother Yoon was just beginning to fall into demonic possession, and the speed at which his spiritual power was converted into demonic energy was too fast, which affected his right hand that was wielding the sword." The old man's expression finally improved somewhat. This was a fairly normal reason for the injury, and the old man reluctantly accepted it. Then he looked at Song Nansure and said with some disdain, "Yoon Ji-fan is one thing, but you're a god, after all. How could a bundle of spirit stones hurt you?" Song Nansure said with a nonchalant expression, "When I became a god, all my spiritual power was used to condense my divine spark. Now, let alone a bag of spirit stones, even if a young kid with a kitchen knife comes at me, I would be powerless to fight back." The old man's expression immediately turned serious, and he asked in a low voice, "Is your divine essence still condensing?" After sensing it for a moment, Song Nansure said, "I am still only at the golden core stage. Unlike cultivators who ascend directly to godhood, they have enough spiritual power to condense a divine spark. But even after exhausting my current spiritual power, I have only condensed a rudimentary form. I'm afraid I will need to reach the nascent soul stage at the very least for this divine spark to truly take shape. Therefore, she is still an incomplete law enforcement deity." Fortunately, once the divine spark was formed, all she had to do was wait for a steady, continuous flow of energy, instead of having to deplete her spiritual power each time she condensed the divine spark. Upon hearing this, the old master became anxious and said, "That's troublesome. Nowadays, those people outside are all sorts of people who have heard that there are 2 more gods who haven't ascended to immortality in the cultivation world. You are powerless now, so you must be careful to guard against any tricks that may be played by those with ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Yoon Ji-fan immediately said, "Senior, although my hand is temporarily injured, my spiritual power is still there. During the time that Nanshure's spiritual power has not recovered, I can protect her." The old man couldn't help but look at him. Then he felt a little like scratching his head. Why is this kid everywhere? How come he never noticed before that Yoon Ji-fan loved to show off? Or did his personality change after becoming a demon god? He completely ignored Yoon Ji-fan's self-promotion and went straight to Song Nansure, asking, "By the way, what kind of god are you again?" Song Nansure was about to mention her divine office when she suddenly remembered the reaction of her senior sister Zhu Xiu when she heard about her divine office after they were carried out. She paused for a moment, then asked cautiously, "What kind of divine office do you think I would hold?" The old man stroked his chin. Then he gasped, "The god of poverty?" "Song Nansure," she said expressionlessly, "please respect my divine status. I am the god of law enforcement." "Thank you." The old man's first reaction was, "Impossible. The god of poverty is more suitable for you, isn't it?" Could it be that heaven has given you a special favor? Song Nansher. She was incredibly audacious and kicked the old man out. Old Master Shore was cursing as he left, but even at the door, he couldn't help turning back and saying, "I said, your safety." Yoon Ji-feng immediately raised his only remaining left hand and assured him, "I will absolutely not let Nan Shore get hurt." Looking at the two people lying on the hospital bed, each more miserable than the other, the old man realized he had fallen for the kid's trick. He had to discuss this with the sect leader. Song Nansher was, after all, a member of their Wuyang sect, and he couldn't allow her to be bullied right under their noses. After watching Master Shore leave, Song Nansher poked Yoon Ji-feng's arm with his finger and asked in a low voice, "I said, why did you suddenly become like this?" She paused for a moment, then found a suitable word and said, "Trying to show off." Yoon Ji-feng remained silent. Song Nansher continued to poke him, saying, "Speak quickly." Then Yoon Ji-feng suddenly said, "Nansher, if I were to propose to Senior Master now, do you think he would throw me out?" Song Nansher was stunned on the spot when he heard this. Then she rubbed her ears and asked, "You said you wanted to." Yoon Ji-feng stared at her intently, his voice low and soft, as if he were deliberately seducing her. He said slowly, "Nansher, I have wasted more than 100 years of my life without you. I don't want to waste a single second of the rest of my life." As he spoke, he walked up to Song Nansher without her noticing, knelt down by the bed, and gently took her hand. At this moment, Song Nansher's head was still wrapped in bandages, which was not exactly a good look. But Yoon Ji-feng looked at him as if he were a peerless beauty, his gaze full of affection, even his eyes carrying a seductive quality. Song Nansher, that good-for-nothing, was successfully seduced. She had originally thought that, since it was a marriage proposal, she should at least be a little reserved. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she blurted out, "Then if you could win over Old Man Shore." She stopped there. Yoon Ji-feng understood her unspoken meaning. Ignoring the bandages still wrapped around his hands, he used his uninjured hands to wrap around Song Nansher's back and leaned down to kiss him. His face was gentle, but the kiss was extremely fierce, as if he never wanted to let go once he had kissed her. He really didn't want to let go. He watched the entire life of Cloud Demon without Song Nansher in his memory, a life so long and clear that it felt as if he himself had lived that life. Yoon Ji-feng, who had never been afraid even when betrayed by his family, felt fear for the first time. What a life that was! He even said calmly, "South, shall we form a pact?" He kissed her again and again, his voice naturally seductive. Song Nansher was successfully bewitched by the man's beauty and couldn't help but say, "I." However, before they could finish speaking, a noise suddenly came from outside the door. The two, who were sharp-eared and sharp-eyed, immediately separated and subconsciously looked over. Then they saw the Demon Emperor turn his back to them and walk away, saying as he went, trying to cover up his ignorance, "You can continue, I didn't see anything." Song Nansher. What's the point of continuing? Yoon Ji-feng took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Your Majesty, next time you come, I hope you can at least show some respect for that door." The Demon Emperor immediately stopped in his tracks and said half-heartedly, "I was wrong." Then he turned around and strode in. Yoon Ji-feng said coldly, "There's no need to come in. We're all injured and can't entertain you. Just tell us what you need us for." The Demon Emperor was amused and exasperated. "The wards you're staying in were provided by me, so can't I even come in and take a look?" Yoon Ji-feng said expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, please speak frankly if you have something to say." The Demon Emperor replied expressionlessly, "Oh, it's nothing," he said. "I'm just here to deliver the estimated value of the damage to the Vientiane pagoda." The two. Song Nansure couldn't help but rub his ears. "What are you giving me?" The demon emperor smiled faintly, and said, "Word by word, price list." Song Nansure. "Oh no, karma struck too fast. I really shouldn't have been so arrogant." Before Yung Jifeng could say anything, Song Nansure grabbed him, then picked up the cold tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He said in a serious voice, "All right, you can say it now." The demon emperor looked at it and felt a pang of pity, so he said, "You should see for yourself." He slammed the